What am I doing? Did we finish talking to Trestle?
A bright day to you. All the best.
All the best to me. Alright, something that we did learn. The shattering... Oh, wait. Have I sorted these? Shattering punch delivers a brutal punch that penetrates defenses. The attack hits, bypass the damage, reduction, or hardness possessed by the target of that attack. Oh, so I can't do this. Can I can do that. Wait, I need to know. Alright. Monk's Guide to Punching. Wait. Wait. I didn't want a guide, I wanted a wiki. Okay, Monk's Guide to Punching. Let's check it out. Monks are the true masters of body and spirit, dedicate life, stuff this Fab, AC bonus, flurry of blows. At level 1, the monk is consecutive attacks as a full attack. This basically means that the monk can perform one additional attack. I don't think I do that because I'm sensei, right? First. Looking for Shattering Punch. Oh, maybe this is fine. Maybe I do have... We go to... Doesn't say anything about Flurry of Blows, right? I mean, I kind of have to assume that we didn't just get... this is Insightful Strike. Not Flurry of Blows. Monk delivers a brutal punch that can penetrate defenses. If the attack hits, it bypasses damage reduction or hardness possessed by the target of that attack. It seems we can just always do the full damage, if you will. This is level 9. Oh, wait. Oh, we can learn another style strike. Right, this attack is resolved as normal, but it has an additional effect. Wait. At 5th level, Monk can learn one type of style strike. Whenever he makes a flurry of blows, he can designate one of his unarmed strikes as a style strike. Oh, this attack is resolved as normal, but has an additional effect depending on the type of strike chosen. At 9th level, every 4 levels thereafter, Monk learns an additional style strike. He must choose which style strike to apply before the attack roll is made. At 15th level, he can designate up to 2 of his unarmed Oh, up to 2 of his unarmed strikes each round has a different strike. And each type can be a different type. So it is just because I'm only doing 1 punch. Hello, Masked Mage. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? I am only doing 1 melee punch per round as this type of monk, but the punch itself is gonna be a shattering punch, probably, or whatever other possible choice I'm choosing. Pretty sure. Masked is good. How are you? I feel alright. But a weird type of, not exhaustion, but tiredness that is underlying my full being. A little bit of lack of sleep and lack of concentration going on for the last couple of days, including today. Which is fine. Catch up on sleep, I suppose. Right, that was the only new thing that we had, right? Yeah, we get some extra Stunning Fist and some Stunning Fist fatigue. What is fatigue again? I feel like that is that really something I want? Messmage asks, have you ever pondered the concept of wage slavery as a philosophical issue concerning the ethics of economic systems and their impact on human agency, freedom, and dignity? I mean, I've considered it as a political issue, and you could argue that politics kind of is philosophy in a way, right? Because we're talking about ethics. And yeah, I mean, I watched Zeitgeist. Early adulthood, late youthhood. And something that really bothered me was wage slavery, and it still does. But alright, let's do right. We're talking about human agency, freedom, and dignity. Agency you still have, right? I mean, you're always going to be, to some extent, lack freedom. Because you are dependent on a few of these things, right? Physiological, safety things, right? Food and shelter is something you're always gonna have to get. I think that society should provide food and shelter for everyone, because I feel that humanity has, in their technological development, come so far that we are capable of doing this. And instead have our motivation, how we contribute to the world, be more around these kind of things, right? We can we can give art, we can help with development, we can have a family or whatever, right? We can just be friends and friendly to people. More, which would give us more freedom and more following our own agency, but we are a slave to our physiological needs. Food and shelter, right? And people not murdering us or beating the shit out of us, right? That's something we're never gonna be free as a species unless we evolve into something new, right? That's always going to be a thing. The word dignity I'm confused with. So let's see, what does the word dignity mean? Dignity. The quality or state of being worthy of esteem or respect. Oh, we were talking about that yesterday. Inherent nobility and worth, poise and self-respect. What do you mean when you say dignity? Because that word kind of bothers me a little bit. Dignity is the right of a person to be valued and respected for their own sake and be treated ethically. I don't like the idea of rights. Actually, I'm not 100% opposed to it. Actually, universal basic income would be, I would consider that a human right, something that has been given to people by society. So maybe that would be a dignity kind of approach to economy, where everybody should just get food and shelter just by for the sake of being a person. Would that be dignity? Suppose. Maskmate says, sadly today, workers may be paid barely enough to cover their basic needs, leaving them with little or no savings, and often requiring them to work long hours in poor conditions. They may also face restrictions on their own rights to organize and advocate for better and working conditions. After housing and food, if they can afford housing, that is. Yeah, now you're moving way further into the politics realm, right? Less philosophical underpinnings, more into politics. And in philosophy, you're kind of like, your attitude shows through, right? You start with the word sadly. So I feel like you have similar opinions to me on that. In that regard. Right. Actually, the question itself was a leading question, wasn't it, Masked Mage? Human agency, freedom, and dignity. It's like, oh, is anybody gonna respond? No, I don't think people should have agency or freedom, or that we should treat them with dignity. Like a leading question like that just gonna lead to, yeah. So how can we flip that around? You call it wage slavery. Like, if we take the other perspective of that, would be that, well, wage or economics, right, is a system that we implement for trade to make sure that we provide these things. Yeah. That's a system that has built in place, so calling it slavery is a bit unfair, because it's just a system for trading. It's a system of cooperation more than anything, right? And forcing people into a system of cooperation, I think that makes sense, yeah. People should be forced into being a cooperative person in society and not just screw everybody over and just look out for number one. They should be part of a society and put as a slave into that system. As you can see, you can take different perspectives, and depending on your starting off point, right, you have different... you end up in different places. Last minute says Hitler wouldn't consider it a leading question. Well, Hitler was an idiot, so what the fuck do I care what Hitler thinks? It was a leading question. Right? use the word slavery, which is in today's day and age, slavery is like, boo, that's terrible. And you led the question into questions of agency, freedom, and dignity. Which, I mean, I suppose all questions are leading in a way, if we want to be nitpicky in that, but... Massmate says it really does come down to the person. Not every person believes that every human deserves freedom or dignity. Right. Like, I have problems with dignity. Yeah, deserve, it kind of means like deserve. I don't think we deserve anything. I think that dignity, I agree with you that this comes down to every person, right? How do you value a person for their own sake of just being a person? And, I mean, if we take every single planet on the human being from a macro perspective, I actually don't... Like, I'm a big fan of UBI or citizen salary or whatever, that I think that everybody should be provided food and shelter. But it's not about every single individual. That's not why I think that. It's more a utilitarian... Well, my arguments for UBI, or my feelings about UBI, is that I want to reduce the amount of suffering just for the sake of reducing suffering, because I don't like suffering. It doesn't mean that I have this idea that every person, no person ever should ever do any suffering just for the sake of being a person. Sometimes I can be an angry person, and sometimes I want to see people suffer. Like, emotionally coming in there. That feels like a stretch. No, for me, I'm more thinking from a systematic point of view. The less people that suffer, like, suffering is it's a catch-22, right? If you suffer, you will cause other people to suffer, which just increases the amount of suffering in the world. And I am part of this world, so you could say, for my own selfish reasons, I don't want other people to suffer. It's not about them, it's about me. And it's about my family and my niece and nephew and their children and so on and so forth. It's more about them than it is some random person who lives in the middle of... What's the other side of the world for me? Australia? No, that's not it. It would be South Africa? Wait, no, that's straight down, and then on the opposite side... That'd be South America? I don't fucking know. Somewhere random where I've never met anyone, where I've never been, or I have no connection to that person, right? Sure, I don't want them to suffer, but I don't super care about them. Not really. I don't want them to suffer, and I want them to have a good life, but that's not the basis for my politics. Yeah, not at all. Or my ideas. It's more systematic. Maybe. So dignity, like... And I think this part here, and to be treated ethically, I think treating people ethically, that's about me, not about them, right? It's about me not causing more suffering. That's what ethics is about, right? What I should or shouldn't do in certain situations. And sure, the other person is relevant because I don't want to cause them suffering. And that's ethics. That's not about them. That's about me. It's about, yeah, so it's not about dignity either, I don't think, if we're gonna nitpick that word. And freedom, I have a balanced view on that. No, that's not true. I have a very strong bias towards freedom. Being moved by your own agency, because sure, I think people should be forced into a cooperative system and abide by whatever rules is put in place there, but I want to minimize those rules as much as possible. I want to have as few rules as possible. Just because what's going to make you happy and what's going to make you not feel a lot of suffering, I feel like at the end of the day, you are the best judge of that. Therefore, the decision of what happens in your life should be yours, just like the decisions in my life should be mine. Right, Massmate says, crazy part is we could provide housing and food for the entire population of the world. Yeah. All it would take is a radical reduction in military spending and put that money in other uses. No, I think that's a mistake. That's a mistake, Massmage. I think that in this day and age, homelessness might be a bigger problem, but not where I live. We don't really have homeless people where I live. It's not really a thing. I mean, there are homeless people, but it's very rare. Hello, Holohusk. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? But starvation on the whole, in the whole planet is very fucking rare, right? And I think every society has already decided that, well, starving and I mean, shelter we have. Maybe we don't have good housing, but every society has already decided and always does decide, oh, we can't just have starving people everywhere. That's something that society just usually don't go in for. And if people start failing, it's not like, aha, yes, people are starving. That's not how a society works. Every society is like, oh, a bunch of people are starving. Shit, we need to do something about this, right? Of course, there is, you were bringing up Hitler, and of course, they wouldn't consider, like, there are some extremist societies that has been created that have been very ideologically focused, and those will always point out an enemy, right? And that enemy, they dehumanize them and don't consider them a part of that society. Which is fucked up, and one of the reasons why I often argue against being an ideologue for whatever ism that is that you choose to be an ism for, because that ism will always have some sort of enemy, and that enemy, when you're kind of when you just fully deep down in your ideology, those enemies of yours look less human, and treating them poorly for the sake of your ideology might look like a good idea to you. And I'm just gonna go ahead and say, fuck that. Hello, Zach Willenberg. Let's see you again. Yeah, it has been a bit. How have you been doing? It's nice to see you again. Masked Mage says, does every person deserve the same level of freedom? Right, if you listened to me before, Masked Mage, I feel like I'm repeating myself a little bit, but to highlight, I say fuck deserve. Yeah, I don't agree. I don't think there is any inherent deserve to any person. I think that the best society is a society where all the people are afforded a basic level of freedom. And that would apply to every single human being within that society. But I don't think there is something inherent deserving. Like I was saying, to me, it's not about every single person. It's about the system, right? It's about the system. Yeah, I'm gonna be... I'm like 4 minutes behind chat because I've been ranting for a bit, but I'm gonna catch up. Lusk says, the small town has like 3 homeless people. Oh, the small town you live in. Yeah, and something tells me that those 3 homeless people, it's... There has probably been efforts in your town to provide shelter for them that has failed, right? Lusk says, what about I poop naked-ism? Oh, that's completely fine, because there is a central word there, Holohusk. The first word is I poop nakedism, which is an ism that only holds for you, right? You don't say you poop nakedism, or everybody poops nakedism, or we poop nakedism, or something like that. It's just about you, so that's completely fine, because it's not an ideology that you try to enforce on others. Like Willenberg says, I've been alright. Is Mario still here usually? No. Mario was here just for a couple of weeks at that time, and then he got fed up, I suppose. Oh. But I would imagine that he still continues arguing his ways. I think probably where he pisses off more people and people get more angry at him. I would imagine that's a big part of Mario's thing, but what the fuck do I know? Messmate says he reads every chat message, just give it a minute. Indeed. Zach says, I know, right? Olesk says, the homeless people that are in my town are pretty friendly. I've found that, yeah, that the people who society shits on, they tend to be pretty friendly. Like the people at the bottom, in Sweden we call them A-lagare. The people, they're not necessarily homeless, but they hang around. They just hang around and drink booze and maybe do drugs and just don't really have anything going for them and just sit around. And they tend to be very friendly. Until they get ugly drunk. Then it's just like, whoop, then let's just stay away. Massmade says, what about forced naked poopism? There we go. That's when it becomes an ideology that I would argue against, right? Because, like I said, a society where you force people into, the more things you want to force people into, the more they are not going to fit, the more people are not going to fit into that society. And when they don't fit in, you create a schism within society, right? And that's the problem. That is what when I look at what's the problem, it's where we create a schism. And that's why I'm a proponent for freedom, because the less enforcements we have, the more we can allow people, or not even allow, the more people are not interfered with their own agency and freedom and wants and whatnot. Husk says, well, our goal is to convince people that pooping naked is a good thing and we should all do it. That's different though, Husk. Yeah, that's more of an... Yeah. Oh, right. That's more of... That's more of a movement rather than an ism, right? Like, oh, this feels fucking great, and it improves your quality of life, and we're gonna spread the propaganda of pooping naked, right? You can do all this stuff and spread propaganda on the interwebs and whatnot. It doesn't have to be a political question at all, right? An ideological question. Because, right, if you do it that way, then it's just, oh, I have learned this, and this feels great, and you should all try it out. And, right, if it turns out that you're pooping naked, that it's going to be a global phenomenon, when people try it out, they're going to be like, oh fuck, they were right, pooping naked is the business, and then they're going to do it for themselves. Like Willenberg says, what about forced poop naked? Squattism. No, again, the forced word. What happens after doesn't matter. It's the forced thing. Velasquez, oh god, what have I started? Oh, I'm not religious myself. Wait. Oh, Loki? What have I started? Is that it? I have terrible memory. Massmate says, where if you're not naked, a naked poopist, you will be sent to a re-education camp or potentially worse. That's kind of my point, right? That's what happens when you have the forced... You create a schism. Because, of course, you're gonna run into people who's just like, I prefer not to be naked when I poop. And... yeah, that's me, yeah. I think that's me. I prefer not to be naked when I poop. And that's where you create the schism. That's meant to similar to what China is doing to the Uyghur people. Yeah, fuck that, fuck that. That's what ideology gets you. Like Willenberg says, a lot of homeless people are very nice. It depends though. Yeah. Correlation does not imply causation, Zach Willenberg. There are nice homeless people and there are asshole homeless people. Like there are nice people with homes and there are asshole people with homes. That's... yeah. However, I have anecdotal trends that I've noticed that because I've been at the bottom of society myself and I've run into a lot of people at the bottom of society. And I feel like you learn a lesson of empathy when you're treated poorly throughout your life and then get a little bit of empathy. You kind of end up valuing the empathy and the kindness towards other strangers who might have a rough time. That's something that you learn about when you have a rough time. So, I don't know though, that's anecdotal and just an idea I have in my head that maybe it works like that. I think that's partly how it has worked for me and other people that I've run into. Doesn't work that way for everybody though. Olisk says, I poop nakedism agrees with the final goal, just not the means. No, I disagree, Holohusk. Yeah. The final goal of I poop nakedism is just about you, right? It's not about me. Or, well, I poop nakedism is just about me, it's not about you. Therefore, the goal is just when I go to the bathroom, I take my clothes off. And that's gonna be fine. And there is no... there's no Big Brother camera in the bathrooms. And Big Brother doesn't tell you to do the proper workout. Oh man, that was something I loved from 1984. Was this moment when they were doing the exercise in front of the camera and you heard the person naming names randomly, names that our main character didn't know who they were, which created like the cognitive dissonance situation. Are they actually looking at me? Or are they actually looking at people, or are they just pretending to call people out with random names that might or might not be real? That's such a head fuck. I like that. That part of it. Like Willenberg says, I find the fact that we were talking about poop nakedism to be pretty weirdism. Wait, what is weirdism? I mean, that's the thing, right? We're not really talking about poop nakedism. We're just talking about ideology. And people that fall into the trap of like, aha, I have this ism here that I know how people should live their lives. Last man says, did you refer to naked poofism as a religion? I almost did at some point, but I didn't. Tried not to. Holosk says it is. Oh, there we go. I thought it was a meme. Oh, there you go. There we go. It is a meme. Other group is the people that shit in their... Oh, the other group is the people that shit in their pants. Nice. Well, that's one way to look at it, yeah. Like Willenberg says, I find this conversation talking about poop nakedism to be pretty weird, and we need to move to the Linux FOSSism. Nice. And no, I don't count Richard Stallman in this group. So, what is Linux FOSSism? Does it have to be Linux, or is it just FOSSism? And also, is it free and open source society? That's what FOSS stands for, right? If we're gonna talk about an ism. Not free and open source software. Holuscus Cider. Shut up, I'm the founder of I Poop Nakedism. I decide what our goals are. I suppose you have a point there. You do have a point there. Maskmage says, well, it was fun talking, guys. I'm off for now. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Maskmage. I feel like even though we started talking about ideology, that we feel like there was a lack of finishing of that part of the conversation about the agency and dignity part of the conversation. I feel like we didn't, but that's fine. Maybe next time. Have a good one. Yes, is Zach Willenberg also. What happened to your affiliate? I removed it, yes. You actually have to send an email and ask them to remove the affiliate thing. It doesn't just run out. Yeah. I decided that I didn't like it. And sometimes what happened was that people did the subscription thing, and I felt like I don't want people to be giving money to Amazon. If some people feel like they want to support or give me money or whatever, then give to your favorite charity, or spend a few minutes, find a charity that just, this is my type of charity, or even better, or an open source project that you really like, and give them some money. And you can pretend that money is from me, because, yeah, then that would make me happy. Yeah, that would make me happy. Like Willenberg says, FOSSism is the actual thing, not Linux FOSSism. That's what I thought, yeah. Free and open source, everything forced. Alright. Free open source, I like society, but free and open source everything, wouldn't that be FOSSy? Free and open source everything? FOSSy. I like that you start free and open source everything forced. FOSSy. So we start with free and we end with forced. So it's just, in the actual definition, we have an oxymoron. Wait, no, what's that called? Paradox? No. It's like Willenberg says the group removed Richard Stallman after the bitch declined goddamn Kissinger 2. Kissinger 2? I don't know what that is. And why did Richard Stallman decline that? Oh, the font. Oh. It was a font that Stallman said, no, not this font. Hello, Coleman. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? Alright. Holosk says, I keep forgetting that English is Insider's first language, and I always find it entertaining when he learns a new word that are just common use in modern speech. That's not really what happens though, Holohusk. That is more, I've heard and used the word dignity plenty times before, but in the context of a philosophical discussion, I don't have a clear definition of the word. So, what is the Swedish equivalent word? Fuck. värdighet. Like if we were speaking Swedish and you brought up this word, värdighet, which would be not exactly the same, but it is similar to dignity. Yeah. I would look up that word as well and just like have a definition so I know what I'm talking about. So it's not that I learn a new word, it's more that I don't have a clear definition of the word in this context. Like, what does someone mean when they say dignity? That's why I started to bring up dignity as a word definition, and I wasn't happy with it, so I brought the Wikipedia page instead to find some sort of working concept. Yeah, it's not about the word, it's about the concept. There we go. Oh shit, we were looking for the Kissinger thing. Am I fucking weird for that? Probably. I mean, we're all fucking weird, I suppose. Or should I send it? Yeah, you can send it. I mean, we have Kissinger 2, who sucks. Is this what we're looking for? Oh, this is the font. It's a pretty good looking font. There's some problems in here. No, those are fine. I kind of like this font, now that I look at it. Very nice. Comment says I'm doing fine. Glad to hear that. Good. Found it, the top thing. Yeah, it's pretty good. Plus says I look up defenstration, best word ever. That word is a new word though. I don't know that word at all, so I don't know the word. Maybe I know the concept, maybe I don't know the concept. We'll know. Oh, read about it. Alright, what do we have? Do we have like an about? Alright, Kissinger choose a font providing 8x16, 16x16 glyphs for Unicode characters as well as private use, including CSUR, UCSUR characters. You might be aware that the Unifont project that appears to have similar goals. However, it has been determined that Unifont does not only have too many design flaws to be practical to use, but it also is anti-competitive practices, make it completely unusable in the long term. I don't think this is what you were talking about, right? There's going to be a news article about Stallman or whatever. Is that what I'm looking for? Did I add Stallman to the search? Or maybe you can bring it up. All right, word. Let me just, sorry, no definitions. Too bad. Merriam-Webster, all right. Or Wikipedia. Let's go Wikipedia. I like Wikipedia. Like Willenberg says, Richard Stallman seriously goddamn DDoS the guy and copyrighted him, even though it was a fucking glyph which can't be copyrighted, and the person that made Kissinger 2 made it to replace Unifont because it had issues, but Stallman was a total piece of ever-living shit. Oh. No, read the website. Wait, I feel like I did read the website. Was there more on the website that I had to read about? I mean, it doesn't surprise me that Stallman ended up being an asshole from time to time. Like, I haven't super looked into him, but when I do, he seems like, oh, there was more. At first, defenstration is the act of throwing someone or something out of a window. It's a pretty damn fucking good word. And then we have a picture of some Wild West stuff, a bar, right? Throw them out the window. Fantastic. The term was coined around the time of the incident in Prague Castle, 1618, which became the spark that started the 30 Years' War. This was done in good Bohemian style, referring to the defenstration which has occurred in Prague. Sorry. That's spelt very differently in Swedish. Alright. By extension, the term is also used to describe forcibly or preemptory removal of an adversary. Preemptory. Yeah, just... deadly decisive. Emptory. The also preemptory. Oh, peremptory. There we go. Peremptory. Yeah, it's not preemptory. Whatever, it's fine. What did we have? We had the Kissinger 2. Some examples? Wait, wasn't these all the examples? What am I supposed to read? Press home. Just, oh, welcome to Peter Gorovsky's type design homepage. This is not about Kissinger, though. Oh, Kissinger 2. Oh, Kissinger 2 alt. Like, this is it. About Kissinger. So, oh, no, down here. Development notes, looking forward to Dev 5 downloads, frequently asked questions. Is that what I'm reading for? Looking for? Also, DDoSing is distributed denial of service, which means Richard Stallman basically made the guy's internet not work because he didn't like him and did a buffer overflow attack on the guy. You dick move. I've been considering, like, sometimes that I've never done any cyber attacks, but sometimes I've been considering it with like, oh, this person is just such an asshole. Oh man, I don't like this person. I might do some sort of cyber attack on them, and then it's like, oh fuck that, it's illegal. I might get into problem, get bad consequences. It's better to do the stoic thing and do some meditation and just let it go. Let it go. Yeah, let it go. Right, development notes. Like, I'm not super interested in development of fonts, but if you want to tell me, that's fine. I feel like the development cycle of developing a font, it's like, oh, you draw some pictures. Frequently asked questions, though. I'm assuming this is what we want to read. Is Kissinger 2 a copyright infringement of Unifront? Concept of having as many Unicode CSUR characters as possible with... You know what? Maybe you can give me the cliff notes. I feel like there was some drama, and I'm like, okay, there was some drama. That's over a font. Just an example of people being people, I suppose. Can you tell you the main stuff? Very kind of you. It kind of seems like what you want to talk about is the drama, not the actual font itself, and most of this information is just about the font itself. And like, I have once in my life spent like 10 minutes actually choosing a font. I've always gone with the default and never touched fonts at all. And then once someone was talking about it and we found... Oh, do I have Joy Pixels? No. Fuck. Well, there was a great website who had great fonts, and I was just scrolling down and I found a font with a nice name and I picked that one. That's as much I care about fonts. 10 minutes. Also, I do want to get some movement done in the actual game as well. But yeah, I would imagine. I haven't followed Stallman much. I find the rhetoric style a little bit off-putting. And he's old. Also, did we get sidetracked? What happened with the FOSSism? I think we've talked to everybody. Does Lindsay have anything to say? I don't think so. Yeah. Did I sell my stuff? I did not sell my stuff. So let's go and sell my stuff. Show me what you've got. Alright, so we're gonna sell all of these. All of the weapons. All of the books. Yep, I've decided we're gonna sell all the books. We're not gonna care about that. I'm gonna make sure that to read them all first. Did I read this book? The lab journal? Double check that. The notes as well. Gotta make sure that we deal. We're gonna go through those. Like Willenberg's is basically some autistic kid asshole saw like a dot 100 pixels slightly moved font size, and so he fixed it along with a multiple people and named it Kissinger font, expecting it not to be read anyway because they already knew the open source community was non-competitive. So what happened was Richard Stallman saw it and immediately declined it, saying it was awful, and basically said that the guy was autistic. Which he is, but that's beside the point. Also, so Richard Stallman blocked it. Blocked it where? Also, just to be aware, I get a little bit triggered by that because I am autistic, and using an autistic with a negative connotation pisses me off. Yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure that Richard Stallman is autistic as well, isn't he? I agree, it is beside the point. So, blocked it from what? Right? He made a new font and... like, what did he do with the font? Did he just... did he want to send it into the GNU font library or whatever, and Stallman just said no? Because he was nitpicky. It's like, oh, you moved 1 pixel and you want us to put this whole font in there because of that 1 pixel? I mean, I could see how that Kissinger font could be considered a bloated font, because if it's just exactly the same as this other font except for that 1 pixel, then you don't really need both. Because one is bloat, maybe. Like Willenberg says, then Kissinger 2... oh, then Kissinger 2 was made with a slightly different pixel range, made by more people and perfected, and the kid requested that in the GitHub. However, Richard Stallman saw the guy even requested it DDoS and copyrighted him, even though it was a glyph. Then fucking awful that he did that, and basically Richard Stallman sent fucking cease and desist letter. That doesn't sound like Stallman. That's very weird that Stallman would do that, right? Very weird. Doesn't sound very free and open source at all. Like, if someone wants to make a new font from that old font, why fucking not, right? Actually, fonts, they would be Creative Commons, right? Because they're pictures, they are considered content. You don't license a font, it's not software. Just a picture. was some bullshit thing that Richard Stallman did. One of the things, eh? Exactly, which is why the few people who know of Kissinger 2 fucking hate Stallman. I don't hate Stallman. Not at all. Stallman has done a lot of good things for free and open source software, right? Done a great many things. Like, I wouldn't want to be friends with him. He doesn't seem like the type of person I would be friends with, but hating someone because of that? I mean, I've done stuff that is that bad in my life, and I'm pretty sure you have too. Ah. Oh, Oh, no, Runner. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? Oh, he's new, though. I don't even know. I have actually... what was that word? I actually defenestrated a person once. Ah. I feel like that's worse than DDoS. Well, no, that's not worse at all than... Well, it's similar, right? If you DDoS them for a while. You know, at the cease and desist stuff is probably worse. No one says, I'm lost. What is Kissinger 2? It is a font someone made, and they moved a pixel from another font called... What's the other font called? The other font was called... Unifont, yeah. They were bothered by one pixel of Unifont, and they moved it and named it a new font. Instead of Unifont, they called it Kissinger. And Stallman went all ragey about it. Yeah. Like Willenberg says, it is considered a glyph. If you look up what a glyph is, it can't be copyrighted. Oh, that's fantastic. Fantastic. Currently, it is about Stallman. Lusk says demonstrating someone is pretty bad. I mean, I feel like I didn't use the... I used the word, but it wasn't a fair word, really, because I didn't throw them out a window. I was more like, fuck off. Just fuck off. You're not welcome here anymore. And just told them to fuck straight off. In a party. And they had to leave the party because I told them to fuck off. That's not real defenestrating, but just because I learned a new word, I wanted to use it even though it was a bad word to use. But that's the thing I'm remembered. But yeah, it's a pretty bad thing, right? I don't want you to hate me just because I did a bad thing once. I'm pretty sure y'all has also done bad things in your life. I don't hate you because of that. It's just like, yeah, sometimes we do shitty things. And that sucks, and we should try and do better. Yeah. We should try and do better, all of us. I don't think I need to keep the... Oh yeah, I definitely don't hate Stallman because he did a douchebag thing once. I think he has done way more douchebag things. He's also done a lot of great things as well. So, I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to be friends with him. Next is Unifront. I can show you the graphs. Nora says, I know GNU Unifont. That's the one, yeah. Here, 1 second, says Zach Wellenberg. Node Runner. Well, it's because I've done a lot of bad things. I love doing bad things. It's fun. Wait. How do you consider... When you say bad, what do you mean, Zach Willenberg? Do you have a few examples of that? Like, do you actually hurt people? Because... Oh, man. That's pretty fucked up, dude. Maybe you should stop hurting people, because it's just gonna turn around and bite you in your ass. Nora says it's blatantly obvious that Stallman is not a perfect person by any means, right? I mean, oh man. Ooh. I've had problems with the word obvious, but I feel like that one is... That's a pretty good use of the word obvious, isn't it? I've never met a perfect person, and they don't exist. Oh, we can do the basic... we can do the basic logic lesson, right? The first lesson you get when you study logic. Right. People are not perfect. Stallman is a person, therefore Stallman is not perfect. Basic logic. That's the first lesson you get in logic, right? If you agree with the premise that people are not perfect. Or people cannot be perfect. There we go. If you disagree with the premise, of course, the conclusion is... Like, logic doesn't really tell you about the premise, though. But I would assume most people would agree with that premise. Hence the word of the use obvious. Wooden plate. A merchant would pay well for it. We get 1 gold. They say we pay well for it. Like Willenberg says, Outrunner. Wait. What do we have here? Oh, actually, that one I'm gonna keep. Staglord's Broken Charm. Empty now. Do I need to keep the Staglord's Broken Charm? Probably not. Oh, actually, what about these? Shining Scale? You know what? Keep those as well. I am curious about the Staglord's Broken Charm. Broken Charm. Can I spell? Centigraphs? Wait. Where? Why don't I see them? Oh, only to Node Runner. There we go. Staglord's Broken Charm. Probably not. Staglord's Broken Charm is just the Nymph's gifts, except it's broken and the Staglords. Beat the game without... Can I just say, like... Do we use it? Has no use. Perfect. Let's get rid of it. Sent him in his DMs. Right. Oh, Unifont Kissinger. Here we go. Oh, it's more than a pixel. Would you look at that? There's at least 2 pixels, right? Few things moving around. And... yeah. This is just like... oh man. I don't get the, like... People get upset over all kinds of things, right? People get triggered by all kinds of things. For me, I don't get triggered by this. But if we have 2 people who do get triggered by this, isn't that one benefit of the free and open source perspective, that one person can use this, the other person can use that, and there you go. There you go. Right? Isn't that part of the benefit? The whole idea of libre or freedom or whatever, right? You're free to do as you please. You can use this, or you can use this. Everybody's happy. Not a 1 pixel change though. Yeah, I was wrong. That was my bad, Notrunner. I misunderstood. Like Willenberg says, the excess in the unifont are the issues. It is a pixel actually if you're designing it with the maps. Look at the excess I, look at the slopes. Zoom into it. Wait, I have to zoom in. Well, it's gonna be broken because my thing does a bad zoom, doesn't it? You know what? Just, like, if you care about it, I would go with this one. No, wait. They're both trash. They're both trash. There we go. They're just trash. Both of them. The glyph. And there you go. Another one says, imagine though you've put a lot of work into something and released it under a copyleft license and someone copies it but releases under a public domain license. Oh no, Notrunner, that would be awful. If the glyph cannot be copyrighted. Notrunner says, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer either, but fonts are copyrighted all the time. There's a difference between a glyph and a font. Font is a collection of glyphs. Right. I mean, a glyph is just an abstract, right? These are just abstract ideas. I feel like cannot be copyrighted. I'm opposed to the whole copyright law legal system anyway, so arguing something from the point of view of the legal system of copyright, I'm just immediately gonna go, well, fuck that. Fuck that whole thing. Nothing can be copyrighted. There we go. From a philosophical standpoint. Or from my point of view, yeah, nothing can be copyrighted because you can't, like, owning knowledge or owning a recipe is stupid. Yeah. It's not an actual thing. It's an it is a thing. It's an abstract thing. And I'm just gonna go ahead. I reject your reality and substitute my own, and I say, what do I say? I say that recipes cannot be copyrighted or cannot be owned. There you go. Problem solved. Wait, shit. Problem is not solved. That's not how the world works, unfortunately. You can't just reject your reality and substitute your own. It doesn't work. Fuck. It doesn't work. Very annoying. Glyphs by definition cannot be copyrighted. A font can be copyrighted, but a glyph cannot. Right, so. Alright. Font in metal typesetting. Metal typesetting, is that what we're talking about? A font is a particular size, weight, and style of a typeface. Each font is I feel like this. Modern usage. Computer font, the term font has come to be used as a synonym for typeface. So, a font is not a font, it's a typeface. Typeface or font family is a design of letters, numbers, and other symbols to be used in printing for electronic display. Right. And let's see, what is a glyph? Glyph is is any kind of purposeful mark. In typography, a glyph is a specific shape, design, or representation of a character. It is a particular graphical representation in a particular typeface of an element of a written language. A grapheme or part of the grapheme, such as a diacritic or sometimes several graphemes in combination as a composed glyph, can be represented by a glyph. I don't see anything about copyright here. But it would be stupid to copyright glyphs. You know what? It would be stupid to copyright fonts as well. But, Kissinger 2, though, is a font, right? That's what we were talking about. Kissinger 2 was a font, right? So... what the fuck? Learn says, I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't make any sense. A font is a collection of glyphs. Well, a glyph is just any specific usage node on it, right? If you write a letter on a piece of paper, that is a glyph. It's more a linguistic thing, right? If you print a bunch of stuff on a paper, that's a collection of glyphs. That's the way I understood it. So a font is, however, a specific distributed assets, right? These are the assets that we copy around and send around to people. You can have two pictures that look exactly the same, but they're not this. It's not one pictured copied by another. It's just one picture was drawn over here by one person and another picture was drawn over here by another person. And those two were both glyphs. And those two glyphs are different. And you can have this glyph, this exact glyph you can put in a font, and this exact glyph you can put... yeah, so you're right. Font is a collection of glyphs, right? The glyph more abstracted? I don't fucking know. Kissinger 2 is a font project providing 8 by 16 and 16 by 16 glyphs for Unicode characters. So what were you saying, Zach Willenberg? Because then it kind of means... it is a font, right? Like Willenberg says, the concept of having many Unicode CSUR characters as possible with 8 by 16 and 16 by 16 glyphs cannot be copyrighted. Concept. No, that would be a patent, wouldn't it? Concepts are not copywritten, they are patented, which is another stupid fucking idea. I'm not a lawyer, though. Nodron says, yeah, I'm trying hard to understand, and law is often convoluted, so it could well be that glyphs, when used in a font, are legally copyrightable. When it's used in a specific way, it can't. It's like pixels cannot be copywritten, but a picture of pixels can be copywritten, maybe. But again, a concept cannot be copyrighted as well, right? A concept is what you patent, I think. All of it is stupid, though. Like Willenberg says, it's complex, garble, don't read too much into it, but basically it was illegal for Richard Stallman to do what he did. Oh, I've never ever broken the law. Yeah, I've never broken the law. Yep. Oh, right, I'm not supposed to whistle into microphones, I'm sorry. Maybe we should buy a few more Cure Wounds. Actually, I think I'm gonna buy, yeah, a few... We do want to carry a bunch of potions with us. Not too many, though. Notice says, I've never done anything illegal personally. Don't look in my wares folder. Exactly. Exactly, no donor. It's sharing. He shared stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure Node Runner didn't pillage, murder, or rape people. I'm pretty sure that's not... Node Runner haven't done that, so... I would say that Node Runner has never ever done any pirating in his life. I don't know, though, because just a random person on the internet. What the fuck do I know? I don't even own a boat, so I've definitely done any pirating. Wait, do you have to own a boat? Or can you... I think I ran into road pirates once. That it looked like they were gonna try and rob us. And we were just like... Fucking drive away from here. Yeah, just fucking get in the car, fucking drive away. But... yeah, they were behaving very strangely, but... I think that was probably more just paranoia rather than actual pirates. Because we had heard in the news or whatever that there were road pirates roaming about. For like, I don't know, for a couple of weeks or so before they got caught. So it might just have been paranoia. Like Willenberg says, illegally shared stuff through a protocol that shouldn't be set on Twitch, most likely. Show me what you've got. I don't know. I don't know. Alright, let's buy... how many of these? Like a bunch of them. At least 6. Wait, no, let's count money instead. For 1,000? For 2,000. Spend 2,000. 1,800. There we go, that's fine. 1,800 on that, and then we spend... some more of this. There you go. Now, everybody, and I mean everybody, can get at least one of these fancy fucking potions. Oh, not you. Everybody but you. Scroll of Bless? That seems like a boring scroll. You can get a fancy potion. Do we have a healing scroll of... doesn't look like it. Well, actually, says Zach Willenberg. Notice this HTTP. Nice. Zach Willenberg says, is BitTorrenting something you shouldn't say on Twitch? I have no idea. Wait, BitTorrenting? Why couldn't you say torrenting on Twitch? Torrenting is not illegal. I mean, I downloaded my operating system through torrenting. Notice says that a lot of content can be found on the normal internet. Is it HTTP or is it FTP? Like, if you go through HTTP and download a file, is that through the HTTP protocol, or is it like an FTP thing that happens? What the fuck do I know? I'm not a network engineer or network administrator. There we go. Like Willenberg says, from what I've heard, it shouldn't be discussed on Twitch because it's usually in the context of illegally sharing e-content. I mean, I would never do anything illegal. I don't know what you're talking about, Zach Willenberg. Yeah, I downloaded my operating system and... Notice says that BitTorrent is mainly useful for downloading Linux ISO. Yeah, look at that. Downloaded many operating systems, ISOs. Like Winterberg says on Twitch, from what I've heard, you shouldn't say bittering due to it being used illegally, usually. Well, that's interesting. Well, hopefully we won't get banned. I hope. That would suck to be banned. Eh. Oh, Nodron says it is actually HTTP/S, not FTP usually. Look at that. Learn something new every day. Like Willenberg says, or at least commonly, Twitch gets a little naughty about stuff like torrenting because of stuff like Pirate Bay. And I've got a Pirate Bay t-shirt. Yeah, that's such an unfortunate name because the consequences is that people use the word for sharing stuff illegally. They start calling it pirating, and it's like, it's not fucking pirating. It's not even fucking close. It's a terrible, terrible, terrible name. Another one says, have you ever heard of Goldberg emulator? It's great. I actually have heard of it. I've been lazy about it, but I have plans to actually use it myself. And I actually remember the name of it. That's how much I cared about it, that I actually remember the name of it. I even have a bookmark for it. Steam emulator that emulates Steam Online features. Lets you play games that use the Steam multiplayer APIs on a LAN without Steam or internet connection. Booyah! I don't get the name though. Why Goldberg? Maybe the maintainer, first person, well, the first person who created the software, maybe his name is Goldberg, or their name is Goldberg. No. It sounds like you're emulating Goldberg, and I'm like, Steam into Goldberg? I don't... Oh. I've been meaning to, but I've been lazy. Haven't gotten around to it yet. One of these days. I think I heard about the Goldberg emulator. That must have been, oh man, over a year ago. Maybe more. 1.5 years ago. Who the fuck knows? It's been a long while, and I'm like, oh, I'm definitely gonna do that. Then I didn't. Another says, it's like you're running games, but you don't even need Steam anymore. Now you can run them without Steam. Exactly. You were playing Outer Wilds when I told you about it? Oh, really? That wasn't that long ago. Outer Wilds was a great game. Like Winterberg says, I'm gonna go to sleep, guys. Have a great day or night. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. It was nice seeing you again, Zach Winterberg. Have a good one. Sleep well. I think maybe someone has told me about it before that, because Outer Wilds was not a year and a half ago. Or maybe time is just a soup. Outer Wilds was a pretty good game. I was actually thinking about that just last week or something, that, oh, I'm starting to look forward to playing the DLC. Good times. What am I doing here? Aha! Your moderate wounds. I think you get 2 of them, actually. Like that. You get 2 as well. And so do you. You get 2 as well. These fuckers are heavy, though. 16. Oh, this one is 60. This one is way bigger. Alchemist's Fire. Pretty big ones. Says, yeah, because I was telling you about how you can avoid buying DLC for games that include the DLC on disc before you ever purchase it. Right. That I had forgotten that part. Because what I remember, like my memory of the first time hearing about Goldberg was me wanting to do everything via terminal and didn't want to run the Steam software as well. Right? Running Steam, that's too much. Then you can use Goldberg to keep less software running on the system, being less bloated, kinda. That was the idea I was thinking of. Also, I'm the hacker man, I do stuff in the terminal. Yeah, that was the big thing for me with the Goldberg. That was my takeaway. That's pretty cool, yeah. You can avoid buying DLC for games that include the DLC on the disc. Notice says, like some games, the Outer Wilds have the DLC installed before you buy it. You just need to emulate Steam and tell the game you own it. Pretty nice. Other games like American Truck Simulator download the DLC after you purchase it. There you go. I see. I had forgotten about that. That's something that could be used. Would that be considered illegal? Or hacking, or whatever? I mean, it is installed on your system, and that's the infrastructure. You using it. I don't know. Actually, you get dead scroll instead of a potion. Do we have a better scroll? Raise dead. How does raise dead work, by the way? Good answer, not runner. I am not. I anal. I am not a lawyer. Me neither. You restore life to a deceased party member. A raised creature has a number of hit points equal to its current HD. It doesn't say anything about the timer, right? I know in Dungeons and Dragons 5 there is Revivify. Revivify. You have to cast within a minute of them dying. Doesn't say anything here though, and this is Raise Dead, not Revivify. We don't have to have that equipped, I don't think. What else do we have? Snowball. Remove blindness. Roll of restoration, that's pretty neat. Corrosive touch. It doesn't look like we have another heal thing going on. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. How was the doctor's appointment, by the way? If you don't mind talking about it. Notice says also maybe someone would like to share the DLC files with you and then you could play without needing to download them. Well, look at that. Found a source of music for my game. Oh, sweet. Mod archive. The mod archive. Wrath of the Djinn. Oh, I like that name. Do like that name. Just assumed I needed play with online player. Watch your ears. I don't see a volume thing. You know what? Let's just download. And then we're gonna MPV downloads Wrath of the Djinn. Wait, XM? What the fuck did I download? MPV couldn't play it, that's for sure. Alright, so let's try this the third way then. Watch your ears. Wait, did I? Happened. Suddenly that link didn't work anymore. Weird. What did I do? Play with online player. There we go. And then we just... Oh shit. This is sweet. This song fucking slaps, man. Great fucking music for a game, yeah. The .xm file is a tracker format used in olden music. That's some old music. I don't remember ever seeing that .xm before. Automatically play random tune when finished. Oh, there you go. You can just play random tunes and like pick and choose. Another format is .mod, hence the mod archive. Ah, there we go. I kind of thought that it was mod archive, like assets for modding. This song is also licensed freely. Fantastic. So, what is a tracker format? What does that even mean? Oh man, that last sound sounded exactly like the beginning of my ringtone on my phone. And it just keeps going. Oh, it just goes round and around. I see. But, or maybe not. I feel like the duration doesn't check out. Yeah, it just looped around, but it didn't. That's usually what they do, right? They're built to, Milky Tracker. Oh, it's... actually, I'm more curious. Milky Tracker. What is that? Music Tracker application to Fast Tracker. Fuck, what is a tracker? Right, homepage. About. Milky Tracker is an open source multi-platform music application for creating .mod and .xm module files. It attempts to recreate the module replay and user experience of the popular DOS program Fast Tracker. Right. So what I'm assuming, I'm guessing this is like a it's not an actual music file that plays, it's more just kind of notes, and then this create the music as you play it. Would that guess be kind of just notes plus samples? There we go, yeah. Oh, so it is samples as well. Very nice. Oh, I took this picture. I'm still blown away at this picture that this place was fantastic. The view, the sitting on the beach having lunch. Oh man. It was great, yeah. I mean, the photo is a little like this boat here is blurry and whatnot, but I don't remember if I went out to this island. I don't think I ever went, but I do remember going out on a boat ride, a couple of boat rides, and going somewhere. Actually, no, this is an island. Yeah, I'm sitting on an island here. Oh shit! I pressed the link and I'm like, why isn't anything happening? Oh, this is the right. That's why I went over here, because we're gonna do a Nix shell Milky Tracker. I'm assuming Milky Tracker is what you were showing me that picture of. Milky Tracker. Oh, what's it called? Wrath of the Djinn. Fuck. Cannot get AGL display. I've had this error before. I wonder if I get the same issue when we do... Oh, actually, I need to exit this first. Quite remember. Wrath of the Djinn, right? Yeah, same. I'm missing something, yeah. I cannot remember how I fixed that. I think that there is some dependency. Like, often, like, when I've run into... No, yeah, I've been lazy, because I think I've seen the error before. Instead of trying to fix it, I just go install, rebuild, and then it works. Yeah, it just doesn't work when going through a shell, because for some reason... something is missing. I don't fucking know. Something to look into. Oh, right, but we can look at... I'm assuming this is the thing. Is this the Milky Tracker? Oh man, this... So, you can make music, right? Yeah, we've got F sharp 5, A sharp 5. No, wait, is there a sharp? No. When you say sharp, that's a full chord. This is just a note. So F5, A5. Oh, yeah. Oh, and these are the tracks. The first track, second track, 5, 4, 7, and you can have multiple tracks, yeah. And... oh! And these are the samples then. This is a sound, and this is a sound, and this is a sound. For instance, GC Doom has tracker support built in. Sweet. Very sweet. Those are waveforms. Yeah, right? But this is the waveform here, so it's going to be playing this waveform in F. The note F. That's the first thing that, well, the third thing that happens is that this waveform is played... No, it's a live output. Oh. Oh, it's the wave... wait. There's a lot of stuff going on here. This seems fucking cool. And... yeah, I really like this thing. So, what is the sound? Ism Tracker is an alternative. Oh, you mean if I want to try it out? Speaking of, do we have screenshots? Yeah, that's the one you were looking at. Got screenshots over here. Oh. Get some tracker. I kind of like the view of the other one. All right. No screenshots here. Impulse Tracker, a program used to create high-quality music without the requirement of specialized, expensive equipment and with a unique finger feel that is difficult to replicate in part. Nothing like that. All right. Let's get some tracker. Let's try it out. Something tells me. Oh, that actually did work. I was gonna say something tells me it's not gonna work, but wait, time? Oh man, look at this mouse. Fuck, that screws up my thing. Get some trackers built. Warning. Key jamming might not work. Oh, is this... I mean, we do have a mouse here. Help! Operating credits. That's not help. Global keys. Get the feeling that it is playing, but... we don't... Oh. Alright, what about... volume? I feel like the volume was fine. It was a little bit loud, but... my ears. Oh. Oh! Shit. Oh, here we go. File menu. A bunch of stuff. Well, that's not something I'm going to be playing around with now. Pretty fucking cool, though. It's... those old music players. Fuck are they? MIDI tracks, right? Well, the good guess is Hybrid Song. The reason I know this program existed. Is that another great song? Sunbox is another good one. Oh, wow. There are a bunch of them, eh? Bunch of them. I kind of like the look of the Milky Tracker the most, but yeah, do we have screenshot? Well, this one looks pretty fucking neat as well. Oh, Sunbox is different. Yeah, it looks different. Seems more like a classic music thing editor. It is nice to see you again, by the way, Bikutka. We're gonna listen to the Hybrid song, is that... oh shit, that's not how you do. Hybrid song. Maybe that's it? Post by Swede. I recognize this. picture of it. I get Vintergatan vibes from this. Well, no one says I've heard this one. It's pretty good, yeah. If we're talking about making music using this methodology, Vintergatan is the way to go, isn't it? The what's it called? The marble machine? Yeah. The marble machine is built like this, but mechanically, it's fantastic. Oh. Talk about not having enough free time. Pretty good. There's one more tracker. It's called Renoise. Check it out. Modern tracker. Yaw. That seems... The picture seems modern, yeah. Shop? I do they have a shop? Doesn't seem... Oh, it's a full version and then the available version. Yeah. Paid product? Eh. I still... Just by looking at them, Milky Tracker looked the neatest. Of course the one... The grass is always the greenest, right? Grass is always greenest. Alright, we don't need... Yeah, but look at this. Looks fancy stuff. Also, wait, really? That's not... It doesn't show up the first, the 1.0. Interesting. It doesn't show up at the first one. I don't remember what the song is called. Fuck, terrible names. I can't choose one. There are, they all have goods and bads. That's usually how it is, isn't it? A lot of stuff to play around with. Maybe, right? Now that you've, like, if you look into them a little bit, Node Runner, spend a little bit of time mulling it over, and then sleep on it, and then you can make a choice tomorrow. Versus, yeah, I would say Renoise is not good for my use case. Yeah, you can sleep on it if you're having issues making up your mind. Doesn't actually export XM or mod files. Oh, yeah, then it's definitely no good for your use case. I was curious about the other one, though. The one that was different. It could... Alright. A thought that pops up in my mind. Is it Sunvox? No. Whatever, I'm terrible with names. Sunvox are your favorites. Did I try? I don't even remember. Yeah, I tried Schism. This one was the one that was... Yeah. I was thinking something to consider because this one seems maybe a bit more capable. Yeah, look, you have a keyboard here and everything. Right, exporting XM and mod files is great, right? That's great and all. But having a more generalized tool that can export XM and mod files might be better because you might want to do a different music style that is difficult with a tracker, right? Right, on an Android tablet? You should, yeah. Right, something that gives you a little bit more capability of using other styles of music. A little more oomph. Because if you're going to spend time learning a tool, it might be a good idea learning a tool that you can expand from in the future if you ever would find yourself in a situation, oh, I want to expand, and you don't have to relearn a new tool. Just something to consider. That's usually that's something I think about when I pick a tool. So yeah, we've got synth algorithms, flexible architecture, Sunbox works on devices and stuff. We have MIDI, we have XM, real-time sample recording. You can record stuff and whatnot. Inspiration for today. Wealth begins when we learn to rig our existence. Oh, that's just bullshit. Also, it's the same picture we had the other day. I'm a little bit disappointed. Like, don't they have more pictures? Do we really have to see the same one again? Feels like that. Well, not bullshit, but right. If you want to see a scam, search the interweb for passive income. That's a great way to find a scam. I mean, if you manage to generate passive income in your life, that's fucking great for you, but oh man, so many people just scammers, right? I think there was Node Runner who recommended that video, just kind of highlighting this bullshit. What video was that? What was he talking about? Oh, right, the books. That was the scam. How to make passive income. Hire a writer to write a book about nothing with no sources and just bullshit, and just put it on Audible and gain income. But that's a scam. It doesn't work. It worked for a little bit. Was what he said, right? Some people made money off it. But yeah, scamming scammers. Oh man. That's gonna be a problem with all this new power people get with the new bots. Oof. Oof. This was a great song, by the way. So was the other one. Great songs. Oh, it's paid on Android. Oh, that's too bad, Node Runner. Too bad. Well, Gitino Tab says that passive income is never passive. Even if it is passive for you, someone else must be active for it, and you are exploiting their labor. Not necessarily, though. Like, if you create a piece of software and you sell that software online, and people actually start buying it from time to time, they find your piece of software, like Sunbox, they go to your website, and they pay you. The only thing, I mean, it's not... That's the thing, right? You've spent a lot of labor, but then after you've spent a lot of labor, that's the thing, right? You spend a little bit of time laboring, or you spend some time laboring, but then after you have labored, you set it up in a way that people pay for it whenever they show up, and you can make money passively, and you can do something else. But it's kind of... You're right. The labor has already been done, so there is always labor being done. with the passive income. It's just a different way to do it, that you front load the labor. And of course, if you spend more time and effort actually doing more labor, that would increase the amount of money you make anyways, instead of being passive. I don't even know. Owner says maybe it's one of those things where I can compile it myself if I want. Maybe it is. Check it out. Well, Gitino tips as affiliate marketing is similar, I guess. Yeah, you do some labor, you get people to click your links. I mean, that would be passive on a YouTube video, I suppose. YouTube videos are passive, right? You make the YouTube video, you make money, and people still watch. If people still watch that movie 1 year later, you still make money from it. But it's more like that's more like self-employed gig economy or project economy, where you, well, but flipped. First you do the project, then you get paid for the project, maybe. It would be a good thing for someone who are similar to me, or like maybe ADHD, people with attention problems. Could be a useful thing to do, that you spend a lot of time and effort just hyper focusing on a thing, making the thing, and then also setting it up so you can make money from it. And then you can take a break, right? And you can come back to it later if you want to, but you can like go back and forth. Bipolar, like a bipolar type of work situation, where you set that stuff up when you're hypering, and then when you're crashing, maybe it'll make money for you during the crash. Well, if you don't tab says I was thinking blog post, but video format works too. Yeah, that's pretty much the same, isn't it? Blog posts, video formats, whatever. Just put something out there that people will then pay you for, I suppose.
How may I serve you?
I need help of a cleric. Alright, let's see. What do we have? I don't think she can learn these, can she? Scroll of Cure Critical Wound. Lay a hand on a living creature. You channel positive energy that cures 4d8. Oh, that's very expensive, yeah. Plus 1 point per caster level. Since undead are powered by negative energy, this spell deals damage to them instead of curing their wounds. Alright, so this is just Cure Light. Wait, what's the difference between these? Oh, Mass Cure Wounds. All creatures. What spell level is this? It says caster level 9. I'm assuming that's a spell level 9. Here we go. Cure moderate wounds. Let's buy one of these. Maybe one of these. Caster level 5. Sure, let's buy one of these as well. Just to see if she can... if Octavia can learn them. Death Ward. Subject gains +4 morale bonus on saves against all death spells and magical death effects. The subject is immune to energy drain. Maybe. Oh. Break enchantment. This. Just on friendlies. Spell frees victims from enchantments, transmutation, and curses. Wait, really? Oh, that's an expensive one. That one might work for what I want to achieve. The scroll absolves you of your sins and returns you to the alignment state it was at first level. Oh, I screwed up my alignment. Time to fix the alignment. Delay poison, dispel magic. We don't want touch range. All of these are touch, right? Yeah. Not on her. Don't really want buffs either. Instead, remove blindness, remove curse. Oh, these are not offensive spells. Diamond dust. Roll of resurrection. That's different from the other one. What did we have? We had what was it? Raise dead. Caster level 9. Does it say any requirement? It doesn't. What about resurrection? Resurrection, right? Doesn't say anything about diamond dust either. Weird. You know what? Let's save the rest of the... Oh, wait, yeah, we're gonna buy these. And then we're gonna go to... Tavia, and we're gonna... Oh, she can't learn those. Well, now we know. No. I think that's it. Oh. We talked to the dog? No. I think we do want to continue the storyline. We could go and kill some spiders or whatever, but let's not do that. Let's continue the storyline. Do quick save, I suppose, just to see what happens. I feel like a bunch of people leveled up as well. I need to fix the hotbars of people, but... Rest of awaits. I plan to set off right... Wait, do I need to rest? I think I did rest. Let's set off right away. The fog seems to be thinning, but we should wait until it burns off completely. In the meantime, I'll gather some supplies for your journey. Make sure you can enjoy your trip back to Restov.
Good work. Nice to see I haven't lost my intuition for people. Not many would have managed to set out to the Stolen Lands and return with the Stag Lord's head, but I knew you could handle it.
Did you, though?
Congratulations are in order. Today, you'll receive the title of Baroness before the High Society of Restov, and even Natala Sertova personally. God's bless her. Tomorrow, you'll be able to return to the Stolen Lands if you wish, but this time as a ruler.
I rule!
But matters of state can wait. For now, enjoy this feast in your honor. All the city leaders are here. It's a great opportunity to make some useful connections. Speaking of connections, let me introduce you to Kasil Eldori. He's my adopted son and apprentice. He's a trustworthy man. I'd like to send him with you as an envoy.
Essel, a young half-orc with impeccable poise, performs a textbook perfect bow. Wait, what? These are the responses I can give? That's weird. Get on tap says, when I was in marketing, none of my sales got returned. Many of my colleagues had issues with that. Wait, why did they? But I was not the only one who never got sales returned. After, After sale, market... Marketing was really important because manipulation had to last for a few weeks after our contact with the customer. Oh, the prey. You look at that, calling it on a tap. Good job, I suppose. Good like in successful, not good like in... Oh, I like that. Alright, we can say what kind of games are you playing? I think I have a right to know, or I don't need an envoy. I mean, both of these is like... I mean, of course, he's gonna send an envoy, right? What do you mean, what games are you playing? Like, of course you're just gonna send an envoy. I feel like if it's actually her adopted son, though, like that's... I mean, isn't that high status? It's like, oh, that's fucking great. Continuum Tab says, well, it was my job at the time, so it was indeed a good job. Yeah. Yeah. I've been working at call centers as well. Luckily, I've been in support. Oh, that's something to consider. If you ever have to call support one of these days, I would imagine that all customer service places nowadays have this idea that, oh, yeah, you're gonna help them fix their problem, but more importantly, you gotta sell them something as well. That's the most important. Yeah, fix their problem, whatever, but sell them something. That's your job. Fucking hate it. I hate it. It sucks. Awful. Do you already know about my encounter with Tartusio?
Of course. Keston gave me a full report. You dealt with the scoundrel perfectly. It would be naive to think that none of your neighbors will try to stick their hands in your affairs. Especially that sly fox Iravetti.
Fuck. So annoying. That we believe he's dead. It's so weird that he actually did die and got resurrected as well. And we just left the corpse there. It's so stupid. Stupid. Tab says, yeah, I have noticed it. My expertise in scumbaggery helps with cutting through their bullshit. Yeah. Sometimes, right? Sometimes we run into people like me who just fucking refuse. Yeah. Nope. I disagree with your assessment. That's not my job description. Sure, my boss might describe it thusly, but I just fucking won't. Yeah, I won't. Thank you, I'm going to speak with you guys. Actually, that's not completely true. Because that wasn't really selling anything, but... yeah, I remember it was a long time ago, I worked for a phone company, and they started moving towards having... instead of sending out paper invoices, they wanted to send electronic invoices because that's a lot cheaper, right? Or have people have automated payment of the invoice and whatnot. So they had a drive for that, which we got. What's that called in English? You get money for selling stuff. By just getting people to have electronic invoices or automatic payments. We got paid for telling people to get that. So that's something I often did, like, I saw it as a drive, right? That, oh yeah, I can send you some papers, some paperwork, you can fill that in. For either automatic payments or send straight to your internet bank. And if they did, I got money for it. It was fucking insane. That's something I did because that's not really creating anything worse for anyone. I'm not selling anything. It's just like, yeah, I'll send you some paperwork and you can fill it in if you want. Actually, a couple of times I was selling it though, but that was more like if someone called in and I was sitting there talking to them and looking through their invoices and they just had late payment, late payment, late payment, late payment, late payment, late payment, like all over the place. Then I was like, well, have you considered automating your payments so you don't have to, because you get a penalty fee if you're late on your payment. Fucking bullshit. Like, have you considered doing it automatically so you don't have to pay all these late fees? I suppose that was kind of selling, but I kind of felt like that's fine. That's a good recommendation, even if that's not what they wanted help with. That's just... yeah. Thank you, I'm going to speak with the guests.
Enjoy your evening. When you're ready for the official part, come to me.
Oh, wait, I can't talk to you? Oh, I can't talk to you later. Oh, wow. Bunch of guests. Noble welcome. The heroine deserves a reward for her feat. A Baron's title. Alright, what do we have? We did the nettle thing, and here we have the noble. When the heroine reserves a reward for her feat. A Baron's title. All the high society of Reservoir gathered to witness the ceremony. Even Natala Surtova honored the celebration with her presence, although she seemed almost ready to intervene. What could it be that so vexes the nobility? A mystery. Perhaps Macred will be able to understand it once she has become one. High society. Reception is always excellent entertainment. You can drink plenty of the expensive wine and stuff yourself with tiny sandwiches on sticks. Or you can skip time wasted on gluttony and make a few useful connections. I mean, we're not eating food, are we? Yeah. I'm assuming that we don't need to talk to guests. Only the named people probably matter. Wait, are we just gonna go around and talk to everybody? Let's talk to the guard. Hail! All of high society is here. Even Natala Surtova. There could be an assassin. Provocation, anything. Hail! Alright. Only 2 voice lines you have. Talk to the undead lady here again, maybe. Volgatino tab says, I think it was quite coercive. No, I don't want to buy anything. For me, it meant I falter easily under manipulation and I'm aware of my weakness. Those were often easy customers. Yeah, exactly. Luckily, I didn't even have to... well, I was supposed to try and sell something all the time, and if they said, no, I'm not interested, I know that you're supposed to, as a salesperson. I fucking hate sales. I fucking hate it with a passion. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier today, about the agency and freedom, and yeah, people taking their own steps, not being manipulated. They call this a feast? I'd show some real festivities if they'd let me. Good morning, Tomaluko. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? Alright, say the same thing. Alright, since Lindsay is talking to Mager Varn and Geston Griss and Guess, like, let's talk to these people. Lindsay says pour up to the brim, so that Oh, I must be drunk. I forgot the line. Right. What about Gares? Well, Tartusio. Well, scum. And how did we? Maybe. I've had one too many. They're already super drunk, eh? This is great. And you? I'm fine. Yeah. I'm a bit, tired and mushy in my head. Easily confused. Like asleep for a couple of days, but I'm fine, yeah. Lucas says, did I mention that I am now on a permanent contract? You did not. And good job, yeah. Good job. Fantastic. You were on, you've been on shaky ground for a while. But you did say that you really do enjoy your work now, so it seems like you've found a great place. Yeah, now they can't just fire me. Exactly. Fantastic. How long? Well, and they don't want to, right? No one says, oh, right. Yeah, I went to the doctor today, and wouldn't you know it, my blood pressure was completely normal. Wouldn't you know it? I'm glad to hear that. Did you talk about your own test at home yesterday? Did they... Not a blood test, a pressure test. What did they say about that? Did you test yourself when you came home as well with your thing? And was it completely normal when you tested it as well? Was it do you need a new device? Someone says, yeah, unless I'm actually harming the company, I'm unfireable. Oh, nice. Oh, that's unfireable. You look at that. Tomaluka says, and if they'd ever want to fire me, the notice period is minimum 2 months plus 1 month for each year I work here. Oh, that's standard practice in Sweden as well when you get when you get the permanent contract. 2 months plus 1 month for each year. Nurse says, yeah, I thought my blood pressure monitor might be wrong, and they said I could bring it in next time and compare. But I did a test as soon as I came home, and it was normal on my device too. That kind of well, then maybe you did have high blood pressure yesterday. Do you feel different? That's a good question. Do you feel different? Like, did you make like a connection to how you were feeling yesterday and how you're feeling today? How does high blood pressure feel like? Feel about the same. Fuck. That's annoying, isn't it? How long does it take to measure your blood pressure? Is that something you're gonna start doing every day now? For a couple of weeks? Just see what happens? Maybe noticing a trend? Someone says monitoring devices are often not as precise as they could be, but usually the range is pretty narrow. You don't just rely on something like an Apple Watch. I mean, it doesn't have to be perfect, right? You don't have to know the exact numbers. Just as soon as it's not off the rails and just giving you random numbers. Oh, it's a little bit higher today than it was yesterday or whatever. Like, you can measure going up and down. You don't need anything more at home anyways, right? Because it's more of a gauge, like, oh, should I go to the doctor, right? That's the only thing it's good for. Let's talk to Mager Varn. That dude looks fancy, doesn't it? Doesn't he? Very fancy. Someone says, although you should never save lots of money on something like blood pressure monitors. You never save lots of money on something like... How do you mean? You never save? So you should buy an expensive blood pressure monitor? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, if they are $20, they're cheap for a reason. Why not though? Oh, because it will break sooner rather than later. If you pay $20, it's gonna be broken within a year, and it's just like, oh fuck. Oh man, it looks pretty good. What the fuck do I know? The one we have too, says Tomilico. Man, I'm feeling all left out here. The peer pressure. I don't have one. Trying to remember the last time I had my blood pressure checked. Like, oh man, it's been years. Actually, no, I had it once, like a couple of years ago, like 4 years ago, maybe. But before that, maybe a decade before that, I don't even know. Lucas says, you don't have to buy one, you can just go to the doctor for a checkup. Then I have to go outside. And go over there. And also, it's like $10 to go to the doctor. Super fucking expensive. I've never been to the doctor for just like a checkup. I don't think I've ever done that. Like, it's time to go to the doctor for a checkup? No, I've always had a specific reason. Sure, they have done checkups when I was there. Like, they draw blood and not very often take blood pressure and stuff, but... Oh man, I'm starting to get that age, right? You're supposed to do... Oh, fuck. How old are you? Wait, is that in your 50s? You're supposed to start to check your prostate as well? Not looking forward to start doing that, but... Get used to it, I suppose. Yeah, the older you get, have a random checkup. Well, Tab says, I checked like a few months before, I think. Oh. Someone says $10 at the doctor's expensive. Right. Digital rectum exam. Very much physical, yeah. Some people like it. Yeah, I mean, good for them, I suppose. It's not virtual, it's very much physical. It is, yeah. How it works in Sweden, every time you go to the doctor, like every time, it's $10. But over the course of a year, you are not allowed to pay more than, well, it's about $10. I'm lazy. It's about, I think it's a little bit more, less? I don't even know. Somewhere around there. But then it's like over a year, you're not allowed to pay more than like $110 or $120. You need to go to the doctor a lot. Ernst says I'm going to go in for a colonoscopy at some point. Just flushing out your colon, that's what they're doing? That's what the colonoscopy is, right? Oh, it's a camera. So they don't flush it out. Oh, that's scope. Could have figured it out from the word, right? Colonoscopy. Colon scope. We'll look inside. Could have figured that out. Yeah, fiber optic camera. Oh, and if they find something, like if they find some small stuff, or if they find something, they're just, while they're in there, they just scrape some stuff out as well. Might as well. Might as well. Yes, exactly. Oh. My joke, bro. Might as well. I don't know, I just... Wait, where's that? Oh, right. JavaScript for that. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Never mind. That's a pretty funny picture, isn't it? Good times, good times. A joke broke. Notices, but since COVID was a thing, it was easy to avoid. Now, not so much. Not so much, yeah. Oh, wait. I've had abnormal poop since before COVID. I missed that thing. Yeah. Definitely time to go to a colonoscopy then. Man. Then you, did you do poop tests as well? Poop samples? That you could have done, I'm assuming you've done that before COVID or during COVID, because that you do at home, right? No samples? Huh. Maybe they want to have some samples before the colonoscopy? Pretty fucking gross. I don't like it. I'm squeamish like that. Yeah, I'm very squeamish. I don't like being squeamish, and I try not to be as squeamish, but... my life. I'm actually feeling a little nauseous just thinking about it. It's like I'm imagining the smell and all that stuff, and it's like, ugh, it's fucking gross. Umbilical says, an ass so full of mites, it's a mite as well. Yes, exactly. Took a while, but we got there, Tomaluko. Finally. Alright, this man is obviously more comfortable on the battlefield than in the company of nobles. He's well built, but the expensive waistcoat he's wearing doesn't quite fit properly. Oh. That is not represented in the picture. Like, I feel like it fits pretty damn well, doesn't it? As though it was borrowed. He has a few pale scars across his face, and his dark hair is drawn to an unkempt ponytail with a few streaks of grey running through it. He greets you with a broad smile and a firm handshake. Let me introduce myself. I'm Maegor Varn, the new ruler of Dunsward. Your neighbor to the east. Like you, I'm about to be a baron. Great job with the Stag Lord, by the way. Not everyone could have exterminated a whole gang of bandits with such a small team. How do you feel being a noble? Wait, what the fuck, what? How did you earn the title of baron? Nora says my doctor seemed to think I was on too many medications. Like she didn't understand the reasoning behind them. Did you tell her the reasoning? Like, I feel like that's a conversation, right? Well, I take this for this, and this for that, and that for this, and this for this, and so on and so forth. I feel like maybe not difficult to understand. Maybe she has the same kind of similar attitude that I have. Which... oh man. That's interesting that an attitude of the doctor goes this way or that way, right? If it works, it works. But... Lucas says, I work with such cool customers. Like global foundries, etc. Never heard of them. Nodor says, yeah, I told her a little bit, but I'm not a doctor. I mean, the doctor tells, like, when you get prescribed something, they give you a reason. They just not, oh, eat this pill? Okay. I mean, that's not my experience by getting medication. Like, they give you a pill and tell you what it's for. Usually, right? Lucas says, I hate all the car manufacturers, by the way. All of them? Yeah, they are a pain to work with. And the Israeli government is also pretty annoying. That. The other one says, they don't have to have a reason, I think, but mine often do. Wait, they don't have to have a reason? Doctors just like, alright. Randomly prescribing pills left and right? Like, they always have a reason. They might not give it to you, but... oh. I guess I would require that. If a doctor prescribes me something, I would ask, what is this for? Or I would read the label and the information pamphlet that comes with the pills. Is it that I'm eating? What is it doing? What is the thinking here? Hello, Ikesen? Shit. Ikesen. Ikesen? Shit, I can't pronounce that. That was rough. Ikesen. Maybe like that? I don't take pills because they are lobotomizers. Wait. You can't lobotomize with a pill. Lobotomize is take a thing and you... yeah, that's an operation, a lobotomizing stuff you do with a sharp object. Someone says, lol, I assure you paracetamol, if taken within reason, is not a lobotomizer. Another says, I wouldn't say I've been lobotomized. Slider has known me for a long time. How lobotomized have I become? Lobotomized? Not at all. I mean... I don't fucking know. If someone managed to, like... if you have been lobotomized, like... lobotomized can mean so many different things, right? It's part of your brain that's just cut off from the rest. That's what a lobotomization is. I don't know. You have never told me. Well, I assume both your hand works, but... like, if part of your brain has been cut off so you can't control your left leg, you have never told me about that stuff, but if you've been lobotomized like that... actually, I would have assumed that if you had been lobotomized like that, you would have told me by this point. So, yeah, I don't think you've been lobotomized at all. Caxon says, only pills I will take without conviction is Viagra, Benzo, and those kinds. Great. What type of kind are we talking about? Viagra and Benzo? Viagra is to make your penis big. I don't know. Do women eat Viagra? Heart medication as well, right? Gets your blood pumping, I think. Benzos are sedatives, aren't they? So I feel like those two types of pill are two completely different types of pills, aren't they? Tab says, I do not think the label is meant to be read. Just eat the damn pills. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, yeah. Like, to each their own. To each their own. Oh, here we go. Ikeixen. Thank you, Ikeixen. Ikeixen. Oh, it was difficult for me. Chemical lobotomizing? Yeah, Nodrunner has definitely not been lobotomized. And paracetamol doesn't lobotomize people either. I've never been... I could imagine that bipolar people, if they get to eat... Fuck, I don't remember what it's called. But that they would feel lobotomized parts of the time. But that's not really what happens. Someone says, I'm sure Ikeixen means that pills make you stupid. Oh. Oh. No, the only chemicals I've taken that has making me stupid was alcohol and weed. I don't do much of either anymore. I don't know if I've had any other pills or chemicals that made me stupid. I think those are the only two that I've... Kykson says, yeah, some pills make me stupid, so I stopped taking them. Well, there you go, yeah. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. If you don't want to be stupid, like... I kinda enjoyed being stupid. That's kinda why... Yeah, that's why I got drunk. To be stupid, so... each their own, I suppose. Lucas says, well, it all depends on the pill. Some pills make you numb to varying degrees. Oh, the numbness. Yeah, the numbness. And that's kind of what I was talking about, right? With the bipolar, right? If you start feeling numb, that can be kind of a little bit lobotomizing. But that's not stupid. That's just making you numb. And that could be considered as a lobotomizing thing. Northern says I can control both my left leg and my right leg. What about your middle leg? Caxon says best Viagra is to me amphetamine. Wait, I thought Viagra was a thing and amphetamine was another thing. Northern says I try not to take that for granted, that your legs work. Oh man, feel spoiled here. I take that my legs work for granted. Jackson says Viagra, then it's like I eat candy. That's also confusing because candy you eat for the taste, and something tells me I've actually never tried Viagra. I gotta try it one of these days, but I would imagine that it doesn't taste very good. Tamaluka says, but you saying you take benzos. Valium high dose make you stupid like nothing else. Oh, would you look at that? I've never tried Valium. It's another type of stupid, right? Compared to the alcohol and the weed. Caxton says, no, Valium to me don't make me stupid, it just makes me high. Well, you're pretty stupid when you're high, right? Like Caxton. They even get high by coffee or sugar. Like really, really high. Drug high. Many different types of high. Have I been stupid by sugar? Maybe. Another says, even if a medication changes your cognition doesn't mean it's permanent. Yeah. Oh, right. That would be... That was my mistake. Yeah, I was talking about alcohol and stuff like that. But lobotomizing would be permanent. That's kind of stupid forever. Not stupid while drunk, but stupid forever. Alcohol could do that, like for alcoholics, right? They fry their brain with a bunch of drugs. Right? That would be chemical lobotomizing. So it's not about taking the pill, it's how much of the pills you take, right? And even if it changes your cognition, doesn't mean like it's necessarily a bad thing, right? Some medications, the point is to change permanent. Jackson says, hashish made my brain permanent almost in a stupor. Seems weird. But I managed to get my brain back online. So it wasn't permanent then, Ikaxon. Oh, Nodona says the same. So it wasn't permanent. Come look at this. Yeah, real high dosages of value makes you so high you have no control over what you say. And you can't keep your mouth closed anymore and you drool. Oh man. Not to be taken in such high dosages without medical supervision. Komaliko continues. Yeah, exactly. If it's permanent, you can't get back, thus it was never permanent. That's my understanding of the word permanent. I mean... Right, when you say no control over what you say, that can mean two different things. It's usually aphasia, right? I think it's called. There are two specific types of aphasia in controlling what you say. There is Broca's aphasia. Is it aphasia? I think that's what it's called. And that one is the... And since you were talking about drooling, I'm assuming it's that one. And then it's the other one. It's called Wernicke's aphasia, and that one is way more fun. Because that one is that you think that you talk normally, but the words you say are just like apple pie, blue cactus, and it's just nonsense all over the place. But you feel like you're talking normally, but it's just nonsense words, and it's scary as fuck. Because people don't understand you, and it's just crazy stuff. Nodona says that I think the brain is adaptable. It is, yes. If you do a drug for a long time and your brain can adapt to it. And then when you stop, your brain adapts to that too. Indeed. It does indeed. But it comes with changes, right? These adaptations are changes indeed. Kamalik says, oh, it's the latter? Really? You think you speak normal and everybody else does not understand what you try to convey? But also, so high, it's scary funny. Oh. That's pretty fucked up, yeah. Pretty fucked up. Alright, truth be told, my team and I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Yamandi Aldori needed someone reliable to take and hold the territory. I'm the captain of a mercenary team. If that wasn't clear, Varnling host. Have you heard of us? No? No matter. We've done work for Yamandi before, and this time the task was simple. We just waltzed into the area, cleared it of the most brazen monsters, and built a small fort to hold the place. And for that, a barony and land to own. It was a dream job. You know what? Yeah, how do you feel being a noble? Because we're in similar situations, right? Looking at his rich clothes, Warren smirks. Like a pheasant on a plate. I've killed all kinds of monsters. But this is the first time I've so strongly felt like turning away could get me eaten. Tomaluka says, and why I know that? My sister had to go through high dosage Valium phases as they needed to measure brain activity while simulating stroke-like symptoms to figure out what is actually going on. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's stroke-like symptoms for you, indeed. Oh wow. Hope everything went well. No lobotomizing going on, Tomaluko. You went back to normal? Mayor Varn says he nods towards an arrogant man on the corner of the room. See that lad? Baron Drevlev. He's not like us. Who knows what generation of Baron he is? Didn't even shake my hand. You and me, we're like dirt beneath his boots. That's why those like us, newly made nobility, need to stick together. Otherwise he'd take my land and yours in the blink of an eye. Maybe. Kamalika says, yeah, afterwards they were able to figure out what went on. And she actually saw stars for about 10 years, and now 20 years later she's actually fine. Yeah. There you go. So, it wasn't permanent. But, look at that. For 10 years? Holy fuck. Still suffers from the odd migraine every now and then, but otherwise she can lead a normal life. Good thing that there are pain pills to deal with the migraine then. Hopefully. That helps. It was nice meeting you. Farewell. Goodbye. Once you've settled in, come pay us a visit. To the east. Oh shit, do I get a quest from that? Or is that just... When I'm the Baron, do I get to make all my own choices? There's no way. There's gonna be a main quest, but a bunch of side quests. And he seems fine. Check him out. Oh. Talia Surtova, Chandra Merve. What about this guard? What torture? The guests eat and drink, we can't even move. I see you moving there, guard. Yeah, you're not standing still. What about the guests? Did they say anything? So, it was you who dealt with the Stag Lord. Allow me to shake your hand. No! Run away! No shaking of hands. That's same as that other noble, right? That's the type of noble we are. Someone says, anyways, I'm overloaded with work. But it's good work, most of it, right? Except for the Israeli government and the car manufacturers. Well, it's still good work, I suppose. Not fun customers. Right, Chandra Merve. Ah, yes. I see good old Restov hasn't changed a bit. Even the smell in the streets is the same. Or Natalia Surtova says. Oh, here we go. Someone to talk to. Tomalika says, well, it's good work, but our tracking tool shows my name marked as red due to work overload. Oh, shit. That can be a bit stressful, eh? And I'm the only one at work today? So what you do with your workload is sit here and talk about... we've been talking... medication, yeah. Good times. Maybe you need to pop a pill and chill out and... take a rest from all the stress at work. Actually, I make that as a joke, but that's actually something you should do. Like, if you're feeling stressed by something like that, taking a break, taking a breath, and then get back to it. It's a good thing to do. Monica says, yeah, I worked overtime yesterday already. Right, there we go. I don't need to pop a pill. I'm not actually stressed. Good job. Now that my job is safe, I'm gonna kick back and stop doing my job. Like, immediately you get the contract and immediately your workload turns red. Is that what happened? So it's not about more work. You started working less. No, I'm not gonna kick back. Yeah, I didn't think you did, but you could make that. I thought that was funny. But now I don't stress anymore, which is good, which is, at the end of the day, it's gonna lead to better work, right? I mean, a little bit of stress now and then is not a bad thing, right? You want a life-stress balance. A little bit of stress to get you going and motivate you and whatnot is It's fine. Right. Who's this? Sister of King Noleski and one of the most influential politicians in Brevoy. Someone Lucas says, yesterday I kicked my daughter's boyfriend out. Oh, I learned a new word today. Do I still have it open? No, not a glyph. Did you defenestrate your daughter's boyfriend? The act of throwing someone or something out a window? Man, I kind of want to start using this word because it's just a fucking fancy word. Like, even if I'm not actually throwing someone out a window, like you actually didn't kick him, you can use this as a metaphor for what was actually happening. Just like, you kicked him out, but you really didn't because you didn't use your feet, you used your words, I assume. I'll defenestrate you. This the removal spell in Magic? Nice. What does it remove? Fantastic. What happened? I forget. How old is your daughter? Defenestrate, not defenestration. Yeah, defenestrate. Exactly, the verb. To defenestrate. A creature without flying. Someone says, nah, they were too loud doing things. And they were in the sitting room doing that. Right below our little daughter's bedroom. He's 17, he's 19. Wait. Did you... Right, that sounds like you interrupted them mid-coitus and threw him out because he was doing too good of a job? What the fuck? Someone like says, I knocked at the door and said to be quieter. You know what? That's way better, yeah. Can you guys keep it down? Oh man. Yeah. So... yeah, punish him for doing such a good job. They weren't quieter, and 2 minutes later, when they were done, I told them to leave. Yeah, I never marched into the room. Wait. I'm confused now, though. Why did you throw him out? I mean, I guess you don't want to hear that stuff. That's like, I don't want to be a part of this. This is between you guys. Can you just leave the rest of us out of it? Well, Bikutka says, I'm not sure I would survive having another daughter. I mean, you're not gonna survive either way, Alpikutka, so why not? Go on ahead. In my mind, like, just because I grew up as... with a penis, I think it would be more difficult to relate. But I don't even know. Caxton says, are you scared then to get horny by your own kind? No. Not really. Someone says, because I said a few weeks ago already to them that it's okay when they do it, but mind the little one. And they didn't mind the little one. Right. So in my mind, it was kind of a punishment towards him, but it's not. Yeah, it's not a punishment towards him. It's a punishment to both of them, and that's it. Get the fuck out of here. Caxton says, let's say I had a sister and she did that thing with her boyfriend. I wouldn't be scared inside and throw them out. Why would you throw your sister's boyfriend out? You're not their parents. It's a whole completely different relationship there. Maluka is raising children. Right? Yeah. Maluka says, I rather hear it and know they're doing it in our house than somewhere in a car and rush things and forget protection, etc. and whatnot. Also, like, it's... I mean, you want the best for your family members, right? And like, I prefer a bed over a car myself, and I assume most people would prefer a bed over a car. I don't have any children, but I would imagine I would want them to be happy and safe. Kamilika says, I'd rather suffer through that than a teenage pregnancy or so. Yeah. I would prefer not hear it, but like if you live in a place with thin walls, what the fuck are you gonna do about it, right? Kamilika says they're horny teenagers, they do it anyway, so it's better if they do it in a safe environment. Yeah. I feel like I'm quite happy about that, because go back a few decades and it was an ugly thing for teenagers to have sex, right? Oh no, it's not allowed. But I'm happy because, oh man, teenagers having, like, it's pretty damn fantastic, isn't it? It's a pretty fucking good time. I've always thought the same thing about alcohol. The most fun I've had when I was drunk was in my... How old was I? Yeah, that was also late teenage years, right? I had the most fun as being drunk at those years when it's not really allowed. Like, that's pretty fucked up. I mean, safety, right? Bring in the safety. Like Caxton says, if a teenager wants to fuck, then why stop them? They're grown up enough to know about fucking. Yeah, it's about the pregnancies, right? That's why it's been a thing. The pregnancies. That's why we've had a culture for so long about teenagers not just fucking around, because people don't want to deal with the pregnancies. But nowadays we have condoms and day after pills and... pills and... yeah. That pill? What did they call that in English? I've only ever heard reference to it as the pill, but that's not very helpful. Contraceptives? Maybe that's the word. Lucas says, and she basically has her own apartment inside of our house. You could have done it there. Exactly, Tomaluko. Yeah, we can throw him out. She has a bedroom, her own living room, her own bathroom, enough space to go wild. And there, we wouldn't hear it. Oh, wow. Fucking teenagers, man. Fucking teenagers. You know what? Yeah. Toss that fucker out. I'm with you. I get it now. Another one says, I would be mortified if my parents heard me having intercourse with a sexual partner. Oh, man. I would be horrified if they brought it up or talked about it. But they never did. But they definitely heard it a lot when I was a teenager. Yeah, they heard a lot of it. Oh, man. They never said anything. Yeah, they never said anything. Yeah, I'm mortified of having that conversation, but... Someone says, I didn't stop them for doing what they did. I got pissed due to them not respecting what I said about minding the little one. Yeah, exactly. It's called Plan B? That's it? No. Oh, yeah. I'm not talking about Plan B. I'm talking about the one that you take continuously. Not the day after pill. The Plan B. The Plan B is the day after pill, right? In Swedish, we call it the P-pill, the one that you take continuously. Kutka says, I've heard of E-pill as in estrogen, but these days they're actually a combination, not just estrogen, so I'm not sure. Looks is exactly the plan B is the pill after. I mean, there are a bunch of hormones in the pills and whatnot, right? I remember though that some people get what's that word? Lobotomized by the continuous pill. Well, not lobotomized, but it doesn't make them feel good. They become hormonal and they don't like it. So I don't know. Maybe the plan B pill is better rather than going on something like continuous hormonal balance. What the fuck do I know? Because there's not many, I think. 2 or 3, as I understand. I could check out. I don't know, I've never had to take any pills myself, so I haven't really looked into it. I remember, though, that my my significant other back in early teenage years, she had like a thing operated in here, like a little rod that dropped stuff out instead of taking the pill. That was just there. It was in there for like 3 years or something. Another says usually it's just called birth control, which is confusing because there's a lot of birth control methods. It's also confusing because you're not actually giving birth and you're not controlling the birthing process. I'll be good to guess. I'm slightly curious now, and I'll look up what contraceptive pills contains. Oh, nice. Bring it forward. Yeah, tell us when you find it. I'll be good to I would be curious to hear your takeaways from looking it up. Someone says, but yeah, I don't mind them doing things. I actually think it's good that they're exploring what they want, etc. Yeah, it's healthy. I grew up the exact opposite. I grew up in a super religious cult. And that stifles development and is really unhealthy. At the age of 17, if she's old enough to do those kind of things, and in a few months when she's 18 anyway, so I'd rather have her know she's safe and welcome here. Yeah, I mean, that's the best way to do parenting, right? Don't forbid stuff. Just talk about it and make sure that people are safe. Like, in my family, we never talked about the sex thing. I guess there was some stifling stuff there because we didn't talk about it. It was uncomfortable, so it was more about the not being comfortable expressing feelings and whatnot. But I was, however, forbidden for doing the tobacco and the alcohols and whatnot. Which meant that I did do it. I lied to my parents about doing it and snuck around and all this bullshit, which pretty unhealthy, yeah. Would have been way better if they just kind of accepted and been there to support, right? Been there as a support for what actually going on. That's my opinion, anyways. Volgatino Tab says that gay sex is the best birth control. I wonder why it's not more popular. I would imagine that it is growing in popularities because of the acceptance, right? It's less and less stigmatized. And people are less and less scared of their sexuality. Well, I kind of assume that sex itself is more and more popular. But yeah, one of the reasons it's not more popular is because the attraction, right? The attraction, and I mean that one. Well, the good guess is, mind you, I'm not any sort of medical expert. Hi, Anad. I am not a doctor. fine. I'm like, me neither. Like, I was gonna say I'm not any sort of expert, and I'm want to think here for a second. Yeah, I'm not an expert in anything. I do have a background in some psychology and philosophy, but I definitely would not call myself an expert. I have some aptitude for it. There we go. Well, Tab says, I get it in the past when gay sex was taboo, but now that it is okay, why do people still do straight sex? They don't want babies. Right? Yeah, go back to the way it was in the old Greek days when you had more orgies and you could just have sex with anyone. Yeah, more group sex. There is this attraction though, Colgate-Tap. I feel like I remember you considering yourself asexual, right? You don't really have that type of attraction, so it's difficult to... Let's put it this way, Colgate-Tap. Imagine a piece of candy over here. Or, no. Imagine a piece of cauliflower in one hand and a piece of chocolate. Do you like chocolates? In one other hand, right? And you look at both of them and it's like... You feel the craving to eat one of them, right, Colgate-Tap? More than the other. That's why people take the piece of chocolate, right? Rather than the cauliflower or broccoli or whatever. That's why. That feeling of just like, oh, I want the thing. Melissa says, oh, she goes to the pub regularly. No, she should be 18, but who checks? Exactly. Who checks, indeed. Well, Begutka says, well, quick results tell me they contain estrogen and progestin. Work to prevent ovulation and implantation both, therefore preventing pregnancies. I find it interesting that estrogen prevents... works this way. It's interesting. Kamalika says, but I'm proud of her. She already knows her limits, and she tested them out at home. We hosted a few parties and let her go wild to test that out. Nice. Oh man. My limits when I got drunk as a teenager was that, oh, I'm gonna throw up. That's my limit. I'm throwing up. Actually, no. When I can't move or talk anymore. I like to run my mouth. And as a kid, to run my mouth, just, you know, go on and on and on and on, I needed to get drunk to do that. But I could also get super drunk and just... Not blackout, but just lose track of just everything, what's going on. Just be super drunk, because, yeah, I was not a very happy kid. Albicutica says, different brand contains different mixtures of the two, but I can't find mentions of any other ingredient. Well, there you go. 2 ingredients. Kamaluka says, and she never gets drunk when going to the pub. Oh, just getting tipsy? Nora says, I have a background in avoiding the foreground. Wait, what? I didn't get it. I'm confused. It looks funny, and it looks like a good joke, but I don't get it. It's aesthetically pleasing. I have a background in avoiding the foreground. I'm confused. I feel like, yeah, I've had a couple of confused days here. Albicutka says, I feel I knew all this, but it's good to refresh one's memory, I guess. Yeah, well, it was interesting. Yeah, it was interesting. I never knew. Tab says it's a pretty good comparison. Chocolate has more risks than cauliflower, but people still eat chocolate. I think a reason for that is taste. Yeah, exactly. Not only taste, but cravings and... You know what? Yeah, taste. Actually, taste works well. Could have just used that word. Ah, no accounting for taste. Tomoluk says, I think it's important to know your limits of being in things in safe environments. When you know what it does to you, it helps also judge certain situations better. Oh yeah. I think the thing though was that most of the environments that I got drunk as a teenager were relatively safe. I mean, I guess the unsafe thing, if you start throwing up and no one... If you're all alone and you start throwing up and pass out, you might drown on your own vomit, right? That's a dangerous thing that could have happened. I didn't do a lot of throwing up myself, though. And then the danger was all the fist fights and whatnot, but I stayed the fuck away from fist fights to the best of my ability. Tomoluk says she's not even getting tipsy. Usually she goes to the pub when her boyfriend is playing. He's a musician. Probably the only professional musician in the world who doesn't do drugs and beer, etc. I mean, gotta be a lot. And then she drinks one drink and stops. Oh. Oh, she's doing the adult type of drinking. Oh man, I didn't start doing the adult type of drinking. Like, I did it a couple of times. Around 22, I suppose. But I didn't do adult types drinking until... really, actually pretty recently. I kind of stopped drinking altogether. And then now, yeah, now, like, really adult drinking I started doing when I started drinking whiskey now. Just a couple of years ago. For the taste. Tomoluk says, but he's actually talented. I mean, I would imagine there are a lot of sober musicians that are talented. And I would imagine that if you become a professional musician, there has to be some talent there. Especially in Ireland. Oh. Tomoluk says there aren't a lot of sober musicians I know of. Most of them drink a lot. Man, I'm just like... holy shit, I'm racist. Well, you live in Ireland. Oops, I'm sorry. That was racist. Oh, is this... did you just dox yourself?
Little mama, I took your loving, but it wasn't true to you. Little mama, I took your loving, but it wasn't true to you. If you go and leave me, mama, that's the best thing you can do. Little mama, lied all along. Little mama, lied all along. Wait around, little mama, yes, I did your money wrong. Little mama, I told you.
This is pretty good. No, I doxed him. Well, doxing him is doxing yourself. He doesn't mind. Oh no, if you're a professional musician, right?
Sorry from my heart. Little mama, I'm sorry. Sorry from my heart. Wait around, little mama. It's luck from the start.
That's something, actually one of the things that I miss a lot with Ireland is the music culture, the pub culture, where you go out to the pub and there's fucking music all over the place. Irish pub culture is fantastic. Yeah, public musicians everywhere. Oh yeah. Oh, just taking a stroll through the center of Galway, and it's like there is music and performance. It's not only musicians, but performances along the main street all over the place. Oh man, such a good time. Oh, that's throughout Ireland. Fantastic. Fantastic. We don't get that here. Natala Surtova is discussing something with an unfamiliar old lady in a low voice. Upon noticing you, she breaks into a sugary sweet smile. You are not only tough, but quick. Well, congratulations on your victory. Enjoy it while you can. Is that a threat? What do you think awaits me? Nothing good, I fear. Daldori, our dearest friends, didn't deem it necessary to inform you of their plans, I assume. You see, they're preparing to separate from Brevoy. It will not be a peaceful process. Oh. They lack the strength currently, hence using this legal loophole to create some independent allies. Once the civil war breaks out, our lands will be the first to endure a strike from Brevoy's forces. Perhaps they'll erect a memorial stone in independent Rostov to honor you. Well, I wouldn't count on even that, really. Wait, really? Fuck. But actually, the least amount in Dublin. I only spent like a weekend in Dublin. Had a good time, but I was spending a lot of it indoors. I'm going out in the evening, though, going to the favorite pubs of my friend. I was engrossed in those conversations, though, so I didn't pay any attention. But Dubliners, wait. You mean the band? A pretty good band. Were you throwing shade at Dubliners? Albekutka says music is one of the best things about humanity. Oh wow, I've never been anywhere in the UK. Oof. Don't let the Irish hear you say that, Albekutka. Yeah. Don't let the Irish hear you say that. Oof. Yeah, I think music, I mean, art in general, you can do it bigger and just say art in general is one of the best things. Making life worth living. Someone says, no, I mean, Dubliners generally don't play as much music as other Irish people. At least public street music, etc. Oh, that's too bad. Weird. Someone says, good that I'm not Irish. That made me laugh. I'll pick it, cat, right? Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I've never been to Ireland either. Yeah, I'm not Irish, I don't take offense, but I know a lot of people would take offense to that statement. They would be upset. Oh yeah. Yeah, I live in Western Ireland for about 6 months. I think it was a little bit more. Was it more? Was it 8 months? Or was it 6 months? I don't know. I lived there for a while. Had a great time in my youths. I want to go back. I haven't been back since, actually. I haven't been back since. That was so many years ago. Someone says, oh, you would have said that to an Irish person, you'd get some threats now. Not all Irish people are the same, but statistically likely. Yeah, it is statistically likely that someone would be pissed the fuck off. Yeah, ooh, so mad. What would you propose? I mean, it's an easy mistake to make for someone that doesn't know, right? If you don't know, you don't know. We know that you didn't mean any offense to anyone. Luckily, you probably didn't offend anyone because, yeah. If no one is around to hear you offend, did you hurt anyone's feelings? No, you didn't. Because is that so? Most Irish folk I've met online have been very chill and nice folks. Oh yeah, I feel the same, that Irish people are chill and nice folks, but there is a history of oppression from the British, Alpikutka. So there is a general dislike towards the UK throughout Ireland. Yeah. Because British rule over Ireland has not been kind to the history of that place. Been pretty fucking horrific stuff going on in the past. And a lot of people, like, there is like a cultural memory of all this stuff. Yeah. Someone says, well, understandably, the English have been worse than the US in regards to taking land for granted, right? Well, the Irish don't mind the Welsh nor the Scots, but they hate the English. Yeah, oh, that's a good point. Yeah, the English. Because... yeah. Pretty funny that, yeah, the English, they had this big fucking Commonwealth, big fucking empire throughout the world, but the neighboring land, oh man, they never did get proper control of Ireland, and when they did, it was very nightmarish. Well, the good guess is I know very well, I'm Finnish, we got schools here, saying UK was more of a mistake, of a distraction, rather than a lack of education. Oh, there we go. I don't remember us learning, like... I'm even closer to Ireland than you, but I don't remember learning about that in school. The thing that comes to mind was Irish movies, like The Commitments. It was a good movie, wasn't it? I'm gonna write that down. I haven't seen that movie since I was a kid, so I don't even know if the movie is any good. Oh, Tomaluka, do you know of any good Irish movies? That you would recommend? What was it? The Commitments. I don't remember the spelling. I remember seeing... oh, I gotta see that again. The Wind That Shakes the Barley? Is that what it's called? It came out when I lived in Ireland. I don't remember if I enjoyed it or not. That shakes the barley. I mean, I saw... is that an Irish movie? It's kind of an Irish movie. The one that just came out. Banshees of Inisherin. I'm pretty sure I've been to Inisherin, by the way. The Aran Island. It's part of the Aran Islands, I think. I didn't look up good enough, but that movie was pretty damn good. It came out last year. Banshees of Inisherin. It left a mark. I liked the movie. Hello, J-Bach. Nice to see you again. How are you doing today? You're a happy NixOS user? I am. I'm back to NixOS. I am happy. Kamaluka says, and then the time of the Great Famine. Horrible English people, right? Yeah. J-Bach says, is this like if you tell yourself repeatedly, eventually you'll believe it? Yes, exactly. That's exactly it, J-Bach. You just tell yourself over and over and over, it's gonna become true eventually. Well, the good guess is we did not go into deeper details of the war, but it was part when we discussed recent European conflicts. Oh, we probably talked about that as well. And that I just have a terrible memory. Along with the situation around Kosovo, etc. Yeah. You know what? I think we probably learned about those things in school. I was just terrible at school. Dating Amber. Thanks for the tip. Dating Sweet. Not necessarily about Irish history or something. No. It's just... Sometimes I feel I get... actually, recently, again, I feel like there's way too much American TV in my... I watch a lot of TV shows and... Well, what about Irish TV shows? Are there any good ones? And movies and whatnot, so I kind of feel like I need to take a step back. Yeah, currently I'm watching Dark. German show. Recommend it, yeah. Pretty damn good. I've had a pretty fantastic time. I don't know how I'm at third season at the moment. I don't know yet how I feel about the third seasons. I've had a little bit more mixed feelings. But the first 2 seasons were pretty fantastic. Partialists, and then we have Father Ted. Oh shit, my chat crashed. It crashes sometimes when I... Weird. But we're back. Chat is back, I mean. Father Ted. Haven't heard of it. Thanks for the tips, Tomaluko. Something to look into. Alright, what does Natala Surtova test us? In your situation, the most reasonable course of action would be to align yourself with the lawful rulers of Brevoy. The noble houses that Aldori won't dare to rebel, knowing they will immediately become entrapped. You could help Brevoy avoid a civil war while simultaneously enjoying well-deserved peace in your lands. Wait, who is it that tries to strike out? The Aldori. And is that Restov? Right, Restov is one of the largest cities in the fertile region of Rostland in southern Brevoy. And the Aldori are... Restov is part of Aldori. Wait, here we go. Let's read the full thing. Lord Mayor Joseph Salameus leads the city, which is a trade and cultural center that borders the river kingdoms, the Shrek River and the Stolen Lands. Right, as the birthplace of the Aldori dueling style. Right, boost several Aldoran Taldan dueling schools, which has led to the city being a favorite place for young nobles to practice dueling championships. Most prominent among them is the Aldoria Academy, widely regarded as the region's... Yeah, so the region is Aldori. Brevoy is a young nation. So we have just gotten a barony in a place that is going to start civil war. And that kind of seems like we're going to be able to choose sides here. That's probably gonna be part of the game, choosing sides. Oh, we have Aldori here. Tomaluk says if you're in for a war movie, The Wind That Shakes the Barley. Oh, I already wrote The Wind That Shakes the Barley down. Yeah. That one came out when I lived in Ireland, and I saw it on the cinema. I don't remember if I liked it. I think I enjoyed it quite a bit. It wasn't great, perhaps, but... I did see it, and I enjoyed it. With Cillian Murphy, the guy who played Scarecrow in Batman Begins. From Cork. Well, actually, from Douglas. There we go, yeah. Yeah. National treasure, eh? Cillian Murphy. What was that Finnish word again? When Finnish people hear Finnish media... I would imagine a bunch of Irish people, when they see Cillian Murphy show up, is like, oh, he's Irish. Look, he's Irish. He's from our place. He's great. Which, I mean, he's pretty great. Except I watched Gorilla Tavatan. That's it. Except better pronunciation. I lost my train of thought. Well, Gitano Tab says if you're interested in Finnish movies, I'd recommend Rare Exports. It's not a good movie, but sheer absurdity of its premise made it a pretty funny experience for me at least, and made up for its shortcomings. Wait, why would you recommend a bad movie? Alright, let's check it out. Rare Exports. Do you have any good Finnish movies or TV shows that you would recommend? That was pretty good pronunciation. Lucas says, yeah, people from Douglas usually point out they're from Douglas, not from Cork. Yeah, if they're from Douglas, then they are, right? Alpikutka says Rare Exports. It's a short movie that has all the same jokes in... Right. Oh, there's a short movie that has all the same jokes in much shorter form. Ah, so I don't have to see the entire movie? Are you sure the same about Colin Farrell? Right. There's this musician as well. That was super popular back in, well, I don't know if he's super popular still, but I would imagine there are a bunch of Irish musicians out there moving about because of the music culture. Well, the good guess is there are two movies, full-length Rare Exports and the short movie. It might be called Rare Exports Inc. And obviously Pierce Brosnan. Oh, I fucking didn't know. I didn't know he was Irish. I didn't know, so that wasn't at all obvious to me. Huge outcry for the English when he was in, was it 007? Oh man, GoldenEye, good times. What about Swedish movies? Do I have any Swedish movies or series? Oh, I gotta write that down. I remember I really liked Slim Susie when I was a kid. I don't know if I would like it today, but I'm gonna write it down. I'm pretty sure it was, is that how it's spelled? No. I thought it was Joseph Fares who made this movie, but I guess not. What did he make? Jalla Jalla and Cops? Yeah, Swedish comedy. If you like the Joseph Fares games, he made some Swedish movies before he started making games. Oh shit, I've never been able to pronounce that name. Saoirse Ronan? Fuck. Seems also to make it big recently. He's in a lot of movement. A lot of movies. There you go. Well, because personally, I would not recommend Finnish movies. There are some good, but not sure how well they'd translate. Hard to explain, but we're pretty gloomy people, and it shows in all our movies. Nice. Oh, wait. No, that was a Swedish movie, wasn't it? Something from Vitola. It was a book. Was that a Finnish book or was it a Swedish book? Something from Vitola? I remember that being popular a long time ago. Swedish thrillers are usually a good watch. I've never liked them. I did like the Millennium Trilogy, like most people. Oh. Man, I gotta say, this is a pretty fun topic for me. Something. Hatching? I'm just gonna grab that title. Thanks for the sip. Come look at this anyways. Gotta hop off now. Take care, y'all. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. Gonna be in the chat category. Wonder if we can just go to IMDb here and like find can you just search for best Swedish movies? Is that a thing? Apropos nothing, best side dishes? Wait. No. Oh, I thought people, like, you could just search EMDB list like that. All right, let's do best Swedish movies list. See if there is something I recommend. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Scandification. What is this? Oh man, I haven't seen this. Haven't seen this. Yeah, this is Joseph Fares. I think it was pretty good. Jala Jala. And Then We Danced. Haven't seen that. Mother of Mine. Haven't seen it. Heaven's Heart. Haven't seen that. Then, oh wow. This dude is in everything. Mikael Persbrandt. Yeah, he's in this one. He's in this one. He's in this one. He's in all the movies. I don't really like him though. Jerusalem? Weird. And they all get 6s. Oh, this one though. I saw this the first time just a year ago or whatever. And it's pretty damn good, Fanny and Alexander. If you want a slow burn, it's a very slow movie, no action, lots of drama, and yeah, just like with the Finnish movies, it's a lot of darkness going on. But it was pretty damn good. I enjoyed it. Ingmar Bergman. Oh, that's usually movie buffs, right? If they talk about Swedes, they talk about Ingmar Bergman. Maybe. I'm Dina, I haven't seen that. Summertale, I haven't seen that. Monica Z, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen any of this stuff. Oh, this one I've seen. This is required reading. You read this book. When you go in school in Sweden, you read this book more than once. Yeah, you read this book more than once. I think I've read the book 3 times. All the 3 times were required by school. And I think I've seen the movie twice, and both of them it was with the school. So yeah, that one I would actually recommend. It's called Evil. Oh man, that translation doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? Because it's literally the evil. But even with the evil, it's not, for some reason, it doesn't sound the same. This one I would recommend if you want to see a Swedish movie. I don't remember if I enjoyed the movie. I did enjoy the book. Yeah. Man on the Roof. Oh yeah, the girl with the dragon tattoo. That's the Millennium thing. Suddenly. Oh man. I tried to look at this. A lot of people like this, and I'm like, oh no, this is so boring. That was only, oh, wow. Maybe I shouldn't maybe I shouldn't talk about that I don't like Swedish movies because I haven't seen this stuff. Most of it. Most of this stuff I haven't seen. That was interesting. Well, Guitar Tab says, I think speed movies, or do you mean Swedish movies, are also really good, but rather controversial whether they are masterpieces or dank moves. Speed movies? What is that? I think the former. J-Box says, I'm doing a narcoleptic, oxygen not included playthrough. All my dupes have to have narcolepsy. Oh, that sounds fantastic. Bede? Not speed. Bede movies? I don't know what that is, called Guitar on Tap. Wait, can you just... TV series from Sweden? Yeah, The Bridge. I need to watch this, because I've heard so many good things. It's Danish and Swedish. People put Beck on this list. Oh, Beck is so fucking boring. Wait, is this really Swedish? I feel like... some of them are. Yeah, this is something I'm gonna look for lists for. Oh, I've been looking for it's called Troll Hunter. Yes. Group of students investigates a series of bear killings, but learns that there are much more dangerous things going on. Oh. I gotta watch this again. This is not Swedish, this is Norwegian, but this movie I gotta watch. Yearbook says it's fun. I think I might try a flatulent one next. Oh, actually, the flatulent one is interesting because, oh man, a bunch of free natural gas. I feel like narcoleptic, like, does it change the playthrough, J-Bok? Like, does anything happen, or it's just they take a pause from time to time? Oh, it is a lot of natural gas, but that's fantastic. Oh, it's not a lot. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's an annoying amount. Well, it makes you build infrastructure for moving gas around, right? Oh man, that's fantastic. Right, you just change your infrastructure and build infrastructure so you move the gas. It goes down, right? What is it? Carbon dioxide, natural gas, chlorine, oxygen, helium. Is that? I think that's the way it goes, right? Donor says perhaps you can feed them beans. J-Buck says that narcolepsy is interesting. They get a stress disease whenever they take a nap. Movies made by this nerd. I'll be good guy said my favorite Finnish movie must be Paha Ma. Seems to be translated as Frozen Land. I think it's the ultimate example of Finnish gloomy outlook mixed with dark humor. Oh, thanks for the tip. Definitely gonna put that on the list. I put this dude on the list. All the movies. Acted in about 50 movies. Oh wow, that's a lot of them. Do you have a specific sample? We'll get to on tap. Yearbook says narcolepsy is interesting. They get stress decrease whenever they take a nap. Oh, nice. And their sleep schedule can be only one block. Oh, fantastic. They just sleep randomly. No, so speaking of beans, I ate some chili earlier, and I used the Scorned Woman hot sauce. Nice. I can feel it, the acid reflux. It's worse than the heat of the sauce. Oh, gross. Oh, wow. Wow. Scorned Woman hot sauce. That's a great name for a hot sauce, though. Quebec says, but they drop a lot of things. Oh, right. That's something that bothered me the last time I played. I built infrastructure that they were dropping things to the bottom. Like I made this elevator setup, and they just dropped everything to the bottom. Well, for a long time before building the infrastructure to send it back up. Actually, I don't even think I finished building that infrastructure. Why didn't I? Oop, Akalako is my favorite. Alright, I'm gonna put that on the list as well. Thank you, Colgate Tap. Now I have a bunch of Finnish movies. I don't think I've ever seen a single Finnish movie before. Yeah, forward to that. I had another train of thought, something I was thinking of. Nah, I don't fucking know. Alright, in your situation, the one reasonable course of action would be to align yourself with the rulers of Revoy, the noble houses. Right, the Aldori. Here we go. The Aldori Sword Lords. Oh, this is the Aldori Sword Lords. That's where we are. In the house of the Aldori Sword Lords. won't dare to rebel knowing they will immediately become trapped. You could help Brevoy avoid a civil war while simultaneously enjoying some, well, yeah. So either I can join. And she is, right? Currently, yeah, she's the current ruling family of Brevoy. So I can side with Natala, or I can side with Jamondi. It's surprising that Natala is just here, if she know that war is gonna be brewing between these. Like, why is she even here? Oh, maybe she's gonna try and solve things diplomatically? Who even knows? Volgitone Tab says, but... Oh, it is a sequel to another movie, so... Oh, look at that. Watch that first. I'm not gonna try and pronounce that, that was way too long. We're just gonna do... There we go. Notice this, yeah, I love hot sauce. I just wish that acid reflux didn't exist, because I would totally eat so much more and hotter. And you don't get used to it or whatever. I've actually been feeling that ever since just a couple of weeks back. Actually, I've been feeling this, like maybe I should start experimenting with hot sauces. Eat more of that stuff. Buy cool things, put it on whatever, and just some hot sauce stuff. Pokemon Tab says it translates to Test Tube Adult and CMOS Angels. Test Tube Adult. That reminds me of, what was that called? Tile XY. That was a Test Tube Adult. Kinda. I remember enjoying it when I watched it as a kid, but something tells me if I watched Kyle XY today, it would just be, nope. But I don't know. It might check out. Who knows? Oh, the test tube adult. Nora says, used to acid reflux or used to the heat of the sauce, because training yourself to handle hotter food is a thing. So, if you're training yourself to handle hotter food, does that mean less acid reflux? That's kind of what I was wondering about. Sorry, I wasn't very clear in my thinking there. Like, so you get less and less acid reflux the more hot sauce you eat, or because it kind of looked that way. Oh, no, it's just more hot, more reflux. That's it. But, however, like, oh yeah. I think that would bother me a lot. Acid reflux. Maybe I wouldn't go nuts with my experience. Well, I would start low, right? With it's called sriracha. That's not very spicy, is it? Not very hot. Start out with doing more of that stuff and then go from there. Atala says, I believe Jamandi has already attempted to impose a guard on you as an emissary. I'm guessing her low-born stepson, the green-skinned boy Castle, it's up to you, of course. But I would recommend you a different envoy. Wait, I have to choose already? Please meet Chandra Murvey, an experienced diplomat who's more familiar with Brevoy's politics than any brawler could be. Wait. Right, an envoy is formerly, and sometimes still archaically, a postscript to a composition. No, that's not. One dispatched upon an errand or a mission. A messenger, specifically a person deputed by a ruler or government to negotiate a treaty or transact other business with a foreign ruler or government. Yeah. What the fuck does this mean? I would recommend you a different envoy. Oh, I see. Wait, no, I don't. Right, so it's an envoy to deal with Brevoy as a vassal to Brevoy. So we make this choice already who to join. We don't get to learn about them. We just have to guess, I guess. Notices, yeah, when I feel like not having acid reflux, I'll eat a mild hot sauce instead, like tiger sauce. Never heard of tiger sauce before. You know what? I'm gonna write on my shopping list. I'm just gonna write down hot sauce. Hot. Oh. No, I'm gonna write it down in Swedish. Donor says, do you want a super hot sauce or not? I can suggest some brands. I am not convinced that the brands you are gonna talk about show up in my local grocery store. But I do not like what you consider super hot, super hot, super hot, super... Well, sorry, I couldn't help myself. I would probably not want already. I think I would go in stages. Start out with something not super hot. And, like, go from there and then move on to hotter things. But if you want to, you can suggest some brands of not super hot. Sriracha is good on food that go well with garlic. Yeah. I mean, I've had a lot of sriracha before, so I know how that tastes. But I would be curious in something else. Maybe something a little bit spicier than sriracha. Sriracha? I can't pronounce that. Something a little bit spicier than that. Few levels up. No, like, if you ask a question, have you tried? The answer is no to everybody, to all of them, except Tabasco, I suppose, if you were gonna ask about Tabasco. I have not tried that. Gochujang? Let's write it down. See if it exists. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But yeah, my answer is gonna be no to most of these, I think. Oh, actually, that feels good. Do you have a few more? If you don't mind? Because now that I wrote this down, I could see myself standing in the grocery store, going to the hot sauce shelf and just looking around and just like, I don't fucking know what to get. I'm like, ah. Oh, nice. Very nice. So it's not a brand either. Perfect. The Korean fermented pepper paste. Not a particular brand. I did try some Thai paste, though, that I used to do my... Because I did a spicy meal myself. It was more of a curry than a chili, I suppose. Yeah, a Thai curry paste that I used to make my own curries. That was really tasty. Definitely, actually, I'm pretty sure that was stronger than sriracha, so we can probably go a few steps over sriracha. I'm thinking more of something along the lines that you don't have to cook with it. Like, if you just throw a few vegetables together and then have some sauce that you can put on top of it, right? Or do you usually cook with the hot sauces? Like, could you take the gochujang sauce and just put it on? Because I remember that paste that I bought required you kind of to cook with it. You couldn't just eat it like that. Or, well, I never tried, I suppose. That was super fucking strong. Yebuk says all you need is Frank's Red Hot and Sriracha. I disagree. I mean, Sriracha is fine, but I felt like it gets boring after a while. I don't know if Frank's Red Hot is gonna exist where I live, but let's add it. Frank's Red Hot. Maybe it exists, maybe not. Netrunner says I'm not a fan of Frank's Red Hot. It's too vinegary and not spicy. Try it out. Ebook says depends on how much sriracha. Frank's Red Hot vinegary? Wait. I put them after, says Netrunner. Are you thinking of Tabasco? Wait. Netrunner says Frank's Red Hot for sure. Ebook says I prefer Frank's because it's not vinegary. I vomit on vinegar taste. I don't mind vinegar. Oh. I don't mind vinegar at all. You have something else? A step up from this? I step up from Sriracha and Frank's? I'm gonna start experimenting with spicier stuff, I mean. Right. Chandra Murvey. Oh, this is Chandra. Oh, this is the other envoy. Alright. Old woman standing next to Natala gives you a slight bow. I would be happy to help you establish diplomatic relations with Brevoy. I'll consider your proposal. Think on it. Do not make any hasty decisions. Whew. Makes me happy. I didn't want to make any hasty decisions. Nora says, okay, let me explain my reasoning. After I cook my food, I put my hot sauce to taste. If it's not hot enough, I put more. I had to put in so much of Frank's Red Hot that it became unbearably vinegary tasting before it was remotely hot. There you go. And I'm assuming you do the same with the gochujang sauce, that you put it on by taste, because that's what I want to do. Yeah, I want to put on my hot sauce to taste. That's what I want to do. Yemuk says that sounds a bit tall a tale. Yemuk says when I want things to be really hot, I use fresh peppers. Yeah, I'm gonna get, well, not fresh peppers, but my grandfather has been growing some peppers, and I'm gonna get a spice mix from him where I can just spice with some dried peppers. Nora says, gochujang, I usually just spurt some in my chili sauce, and it's delicious. There we go, so it's nice. Very nice. Something to go for. Hopefully it's gonna be some... I would assume that it exists there. Otherwise, I'll just stand around and check the saucy thing. I doubt you'll have it, but the Gringo Bandito is good tasting. Not hot sauce? Wait. Not hot sauce? Gringo. The book says here I can eat the habanero peppers from the grocery store like strawberries. Lol. Oh wow, that sounds... Serrano peppers, they are deadly. Oof. You want Finnish spice recommendations? Try salt and pepper. Yeah, that's Sweden in a nutshell. Swedish as well. Have some salt, have some black pepper. There you go. Maybe some garlic. Yeah, have some garlic. Oh, it's a hot sauce. It's just not hot sauce. There we go. Nice. Nice. Few things to maybe consider. Jimbox says, I mean, a sufficient amount of black pepper is hot too, lol. I'm a little bit excited about testing hot sauces. Immersed official proceedings as a quest. Alright, but what about talking to... These are all my friends? Some of my friends. Such bravery, such spirit. I remember when I was your age. Oh, you say the same thing? Alright. Christian, have anything to say? These people are not just celebrating. It seems your new feat has given them hope. That. Jbox says, I mean... Oh, no, wait. Nodar says it's not the same active ingredient in peppercorn. Oh, wait. It isn't? Look at that. Jbox says Frank's Red Hot is basically made the same way pepper spray is made. Except it's edible. Nice. Pepper spray is pretty much just hot sauce. Nice. Oh. Hot sauce. No, it's hot sauce. Shake my hand. Their wine is all right, nice and strong, but appetizers, barely a mouthful. What about Lander here? Oh, that's someone we can talk to. Oh man, look at that punchable face, right there. Oh, maybe it's too tiny. A handsome, well-dressed young man, about 17 years old, look at you with a polite smile. So you're the famous slayer of the Staglords gang, soon to be a baroness? Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is... Lander. Just Lander, no last name, no title. Well, let's just say I'm here incognito. Under my circumstances, it's wise to keep one's lineage to oneself. Oh, that's the dude he didn't like, was it? Maybe not, actually. Jbox says, pepper spray is hot sauce for your lungs and eyes. I mean, if you're a big fan, like if you're a big fan and nerd of hot sauce, right? Then why not... Why not have spicy sauce everywhere? Hot sauce all over the place. Fuck. Fuck. That is so annoying. Oh, this is the sauce that I tried that I didn't like. Frank's Red Hot Extra Hot Cayenne Pepper Hot Sauce. 1 gallon. Oh, nice. These hot sauces, do they go bad? Like, how long can I keep one of these in the fridge before they go bad? I was like, let's link my Amazon gaming account, so now I can't fucking press an Amazon.com link without doxing myself. A little bit. Ah. It's annoying. Why does Amazon do this to me? It's rude. Jbox says, bro, they don't really go bad. 10 years? Zalbikutka? Oh, nice. Very nice. Jbox says it's cayenne pepper and vinegar and garlic. I'm pretty sure you'll die before it goes bad. Sweet. And that's true for sriracha as well? And Tabasco? These... Fantastic news. Well, then maybe I don't even have to have them in the fridge. I can just put them wherever. Another great hot sauce brand I just thought of is called Yellowbird. Thanks for the tip. Yellowbird. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? It didn't save. Fuck! All the stuff I wrote down. Right, what did we have? Yellowbird, we had Frank's, Red Hot. And we had the... Need to go up. It was the Korean thing. Gochujang sauce. Was that it? Did I forget something? Weird that it just saved. Annoying. Jibbuck says sriracha is mostly some red pepper concoction, like a little sugar and vinegar and salt as well. Well, sriracha has a bunch of garlic in it, doesn't it? I like this. Let's call it on tap. Right, they don't want to get pictures without JavaScript, eh? Oh, just habanero ketchup? Just habanero ketchup? I suppose that's something to try out. I don't think I've ever tried habaneros at all. It doesn't have to be ketchup, though. Just habanero sauce. I can try out habanero sauce, I suppose. Do habanero. You can even buy just raw habaneros, I suppose. Oh, Gringo Bandito. Thank you. Did forget about that one. Oh, wow. There's a bunch. Hopefully we'll find a few of these things. Wonder if... Well, I can just buy all of them, I suppose. Oh, and tiger sauce as well. I didn't write that down. Another one says, yes, hot ketchup is great in my experience. There you go. Tiger sauce. Tiger. Toger? I can't spell for shit. Can't spell sauce either. Fuck. Whatever, it's fine. Only me is gonna read it. And if sauce is misspelled, that feels like whatever in context. Well, Bikutka says, I never cared for hot sauces. When folks talk about them, it often seems to devolve into some sort of dare contest rather than having anything to do with taste. Well, to me, I actually saw a video about that recently. No, it's after learning to like whiskey, something I've started enjoying at a later age, because I've never really cared for hot sauces either, but something that I've started to enjoy with whiskey is when you get that whiskey that just fucking explodes in your mouth and you just get all the taste and the strength. And I imagine you can do similar stuff with hot sauces. That's why I'm curious to try it out. Just do some hot saucing, and so part of it is the pain, but part of it is the taste. So I understand why it does devolve into some sort of dare contest. Because it's like, oh man. Gonna make you feel alive, right? But of course, for me it's both parts, right? It's the taste and it's the strong thing. Just make myself feel alive. But of course, the taste has to be there. It's kind of a prerequisite. Well, Gitino Tab says it is fine now, but will it be fine once you have actually read it? Fuck. No, it's not fine anymore, calling it in on tap. It's not fine anymore. Yearbook says, yeah, I like really spicy food, but I don't like having to work to eat my food. I don't mind sniffles and a little sweating. Yeah. A little sniffle and a little sweating is fine. Well, Gitino Tab says, it is about pain, not about taste. But it's not a daring contest. It's to feel... It is the feel-good kind of pain. There we go. Well, that's the thing, right? A daring contest in a way that is positive, right? Where you push people to do even stronger stuff to feel good because of more pain and find your own limit, right? Yumuk says, but it shouldn't hurt to eat food. Yeah, like Call Gitino Tab says, the good type of pain. Yumuk says, flavor is more important to me. I'll be good guesses maybe I'm not masochistic enough. Well, I would say it's life embracing, if it makes you feel alive. Yearbook says it's like beer or whiskey, it's an acquired taste. Yeah, exactly. Well, I tried to acquire the beer taste, but I never did. Whiskey, however, maybe I could nowadays, if I wanted to. I never tried to acquire whiskey before, but I didn't. I've done now. I started with the fruity whiskeys, the Jamesons and whatnot. Now, one of my favorite has been Bunnahabhain, I think it's called. And it's, man. I would love Bunnahabhain, just a little bit less salt in it. Or salty taste, I don't know. The book says, so... What is just a little spicy for me can put my grandmother to the hospital, lol. Yeah. Oh man. And part of me, because I know my father likes spicy food. So part of it is the challenge as well, because I kind of want to get into spicy food and kind of surpass him, and then someday, like without telling him, someday just give him some food where he's just like, holy fucking shit, what is this? What are you giving me right now? And maybe like do that daring contest with my father where we can start giving our, if I like it, right? If I don't like it, no harm done. But if I do start enjoying it, I'm kind of looking forward to doing that. Well, Gideon Tab says it is similar to how in Finland we stay in the sauna until we feel like we are going to die, and then go to Avanto and stay there until we feel like we're going to die, and repeat this until we feel like we're alive. Exactly. Avanto, is that the ice bath? Olgitino Tap? Lander says, truth be told, that's precisely what I wanted to speak to you about. You see, I'm an heir to one of Brevoy's noble houses. I won't say which, but believe me, newly appointed baroness with no connections would do well to have a friend like me. I travel the country in secret, without servants, so I can see for myself. Not from a carriage window, but face to face with the people. My family would never approve, of course, but then I never asked. I need to know Brevoy if I'm gonna rule part of it someday. I know Jamandi wants to impose her stepson on you as an emissary of Brevoy. Refuse. Take me instead. Right. If I don't know who you are or anything about you. Don't look at my age. While they may have trained this half-orc to swing a sword, I've been training to rule since I was a child. I'll be of far greater use to you, both now and in the future, after I have a firm position in my family. Oh, it is an ice bath, yeah. Isvak. That's why I called it an ice bath, because I don't know what to call it in English. Like, the English word for it, I don't know. You cut out in the lake, right? You cut out some ice and then you go and take a bath. No, says, I feel like, yes, there's people who derive their ego through putting themselves in pain, and that's fine. Oh. It is also unquestionably a dopamine-producing activity. It's a good type of kind of burn. Personally, I've never liked hot sauce until at some point in my adulthood I realized I could handle a lot of heat, and I was really enjoying it. Ah, that's what I'm hoping for, Node Runner. That's why I wanted some tips on these sauces here. Because I liked sriracha fine, but it's not only about the heat, the taste as well. I felt like the taste of sriracha is a little bit... it's okay. And I guess that daring contest is a little bit ego, right? Ego egging on. Is that it? Gonna egg on my father, perhaps. But of course, it is important that both him and me are enjoying ourselves and enjoying the food. If it's just about ego and pain, then that doesn't sound like fun to me. Yeah. If I just feel pain and I don't get used to the hot sauce, I'm just gonna quit and say, nope, fuck this. Not for me. Well, Eternal Tab says, I do not know the English word either. The good guess is I get it, but it all seems weird to me. Ah. I mean, if you look at it from face value, if you describe it in a certain point, it looks super fucking weird. Wait. So what you're doing, let me understand this correctly. What you do is that you take this plant that has evolved a sophisticated defense system that causes pain when you eat it. That's the defense system. But what you do is that, oh, this pain is great, and then you eat it, which is just counterintuitive and kind of weird, isn't it? It's a poison for you. And you eat the thing that you also use the same type of thing, and you use it as a weapon. And you eat it. From that point of view, it does seem weird, right? But you can look at many things that people do and enjoy that way, right? Oh, you drink this liquid that is toxic to you, kills brain cells, and systematically makes you more stupid and shuts off higher brain functions. And you do that for fun? I mean, many things that people do seem weird from a certain perspective. But if you embrace it and try it out, maybe you'll find that you enjoy yourself. And that's what I'm hoping for, that I will enjoy myself. No one says writing it off as a contest or purely a masochistic activity is not charitable or open-minded. Well, there's taste, but I would say that the heat, the pain part of the heat is kind of a masochistic thing, isn't it? The good kind of pain, isn't that masochism in a nutshell? That you look at pain as the good type of pain? But I don't think anyone did, Node Runner. I don't think anyone wrote it off as a contest or masochistic activity. It was more about the conversation, right? That's what Alpi Kutka was talking about, that the conversation seems to devolve into a daring contest. Which is part of the fun, I suppose. Alpi Kutka says, but tell me this, can you still enjoy simple foods if you get used to some extreme spicy sauces? Why not? I mean, that's something that happens though, right? If you make a meal, a very spicy meal, a lot of the other tastes kind of disappear, right? And this spicy sauce take over that meal. Like, if you have another meal tomorrow, that's still gonna be as tasty as it was yesterday, right? Like, I assume. Because it's like, if you eat in company, do you often find others complimenting food that tastes like nothing to you? Oh, that's a good question. No one says, I don't think you're burning off your taste buds. Yeah, it tastes fine. Well, I hadn't even considered that. That I would maybe consider that a problem. If I don't like non-spicy food anymore. Like, for myself, that's fine, because then I can just keep eating spicy food at home, but when you go out and eat, and someone makes you a fancy meal, right? They spend all this effort, make a meal, and it's just like, this is tastes bland to me. That would suck to have that experience. The book says, I can enjoy simple foods that aren't spicy, but I cannot enjoy foods that should be spicy and are not. Nice. Like chili without chilies, peppers, spiciness. It's just bean and tomato soup. I like bean and tomato soup. I mean, it's not, yay, bean and tomato soup, but it's, I like it. Something tells me, though, that I would like it more if I put some hot sauce or some extra spice on it. Well, Tab says, I've not really eaten super spicy food, but I can find value in both eating food for pain and eating food for taste. And the best of both worlds, right? And it's not necessarily about pain? Maybe, I don't even know. I appreciate bread cheese for its taste, and I appreciate habanero for pain. And taste. I would hope. Your book says bean and tomato soup is fine, but don't call it chili. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, right. Chili without chilies? People actually do that? That would be something. Yeah, that would be weird. Well, but Kutka says, yeah, I see. Well, I guess you could put paprika in it and call it chili. Yeah, you could have bean and tomato soup with a bunch of paprika in it and call it a chili. That would work. Albuquerque says, yeah, see, I've known a few people in the past who liked very spicy stuff, and it seemed to me like they could not enjoy food without their sauces as much as others around them. But perhaps that was not a general rule, just more about them, perhaps even why they liked hot foods. Yeah, exactly. There's no accounting for taste. And I can see that becoming a thing, Alpicutka. Like, if you nerd out and become like, oh, I love hot sauces, all types of hot sauces, and that's your jam, and you really nerd into that, then food without hot sauces might be like, oh man, I miss my hot sauces. Not because you burn off your taste buds or whatever, it's just that you have found your jam. This is your thing, right? Nora says, I don't see it as masochistic because the dopamine release from the activity resembles a runner's high. Oh, sweet. Or the mental reward after finally beating a boss in Dark Souls. It's not strictly deriving pleasure from pain like people with this fetish seem to have. Oh, that's a good question. My answer to that is I don't know. Because usually, right, when you talk about people have specific tastes, usually I can find some way to relate, right? That's one reason why they tell people studying psychology and psychiatry and stuff, right? We were talking about illnesses yesterday, about don't fucking diagnose yourself, because you're gonna find that you can relate to all of this stuff. And I kind of feel that masochism itself, like people who are masochistic and do derive some positive stuff from this. In my mind, I could easily, to try and relate, make this connection, right? Maybe the runner's high because running sucks, but Dark Souls. Could compare it to Dark Souls. But that's not what I'm looking for in spicy food, though. Oh man. Wait. Not strictly deriving pleasure from the pain. Yeah, I would say beating a boss in Dark Souls, that's not why I'm doing hot sauce. That's not why I'm interested in the hot sauce. Not runner's high either. I'm not into it for the dopamine release myself. Of eating hot sauce? No, I'm in for it for the mouthfeel. Yeah. The taste. The explosion. Maybe a little bit of pain. But just a tiny bit. A tiny bit of pain. I don't know. It was an interesting comment, because I feel like masochism took on a whole, like, larger meaning here. Like, is it masochistic to play Dark Souls? Do people run because of masochistic ways? Or is it, like, masochism, is it just about the pain? Like the actual physical sensation of pain? Or is it something that happens afterwards? Because it makes you feel alive? Like the experience itself? Or kind of the afterglow of the experience? I mean, I would imagine that some people enjoy grinding a Dark Souls boss. Just grinding it out, sitting on that boss for an hour. And I find a little bit of enjoyment, the learning aspects I enjoy, learning the boss. But if there's no learning and it's just grinding, or like luck or whatever, or if it feels like luck, then it's just painful to me and I don't like it. But maybe some people do like that pain specifically. Or do people not like the learning, or the grinding, or the anything? They just like the dopamine. And they just like actually finishing and being done with the boss. There are multiple different aspects that can be enjoyable, right? The same with spicy food. It can be the challenge, right? It can be a challenge if you eat more and more spicy food. It can be the taste, it can be the pain, it can be the dopamine rush afterwards. And for the people who really get into nerd out on hot sauces, I would imagine it is all of the above, right? All of them are just like, yes. Maybe. Ebook says, I don't drink spicy milk, I don't eat spicy oatmeal or cereal. And I gotta try some spicy muesli. Oh, it sounds gross. Ebook says, let's not kink shame masochists. Wait, did someone do that? Ebook says, well, eating delicious food is a dopamine hit. I suppose it is, yeah. And peppers add a whole new set of dimensions of flavor to food, which is more dopamine. Maybe, I suppose. Well, Gitino Tab says, I have no problem with admitting being a masochist. What part of the pain, called Gitino Tab, is it that you derive some positive aspect to? Notice says we call a lot of stuff masochistic casually that probably isn't strictly defined as such. That's a good point. What does Wiki say about masochism? Did I spell that right? Sadomasochism. I mean, this is just the sexual stuff, right? Is the giving and receiving of pleasure from acts involving or receiving infliction of pain or humiliation. Yeah, this is more BDSM stuff. That's safe for stream, by the way, with the tits and the nipples. Practitioners of sadomasochism may seek sexual pleasure from their... They may. While the terms sadist and masochist refer respectively to one who enjoys giving and receiving pain. So masochism... I feel like masochism is a social interaction between you and at least another party. Maybe the sadomasochism is that would be the competition then, where you push each other to the point where it starts becoming painful to actually eat the spicy food. And that's maybe like when you do it socially and you give someone else, sadistically, you create some pain for them, but you know they're a they are a masoch, or like a little bit masochistic in the point that they derive some positive aspect of that pain. Maybe a little bit, but it's more of a taking a new definition, or like a tangentially using the word rather than the, like you were saying, like the strictly definition. It's more of a broader, you take a broader definition and derive some stuff from the idea of sadomasochism. Probably could do that. Notices you can have spicy sweet, it actually goes well together. Oh yeah. I mean, I haven't eaten super hot food, but oh man, I do love a hot sauce with some pineapple in it. Or, well, not hot sauce, but like a, let's call it a chili, a not super spicy chili sauce with some pineapple in it. Right, just like on pizza. Everybody loves pineapple on pizza, right? Yabok says, when I smoke my meats, I will frequently add a dusting of brown sugar. It helps make the heavy usage of cayenne pepper more tolerable for my wife and kid, so it's more tasty. Gutka says, I never really realized these terms were so much intertwined with sexuality. I actually thought they were more general. Live and learn. Well, it's not super intertwined. If you do it the BDSM way, like you can do BDSM without the sexuality, but often there is the pleasure-pain thing, right? So often sexuality is intermingled with it, but I don't, like, it's not necessary. That's actually where I ended up with the whole that, yeah, you can do, like, very, 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 very mild masochistic stuff with hot sauce competitions. Like, mildly. Not strictly, right? But with a broader definition of sadomasochism. Or let's put it this way. You can derive sadomasochistic pleasure with the usage of the tool hot sauce. There we go. If we flip it around, that sounds way better. Just like you can have sexual activities, but you don't have to. Like, you don't have to do whippings and whatnot. You don't have to wear latex to do this stuff. Like, oh, that picture, right, with the boobs and the bondage and whatnot. That might not, like, they might do that stuff, but they might not end up doing the orgasm stuff in connection to that. It's not required. Well, Bikutka says, well, it is used in general like I used it. That's pretty much the wrong use if you follow the etymology. Point for a German author, and it precisely means sexual pleasure. Language is fluid, though. Like, language is dynamic. I feel like it's a mistake to be stuck up on, like, how something was defined 100 years ago. It is interesting to know where it came from. And it makes sense that it comes from that origin. But that's not maybe the modern definition or modern usage of these words. Well, Tab points out that, yeah, original usage of words does not always correspond to current usage. That's a more concise way to put it. Because this is true, literally. Literally. Yes. Exactly. Let's ask Lander here. Are you from Restavik nobility? Oh no, I'm not from here. I'm just visiting, you could say. Want to see for myself the heroes managed to conquer the frontier lands, and the Lord Mayor was kind enough to invite me to this wonderful party. Please tell me again, what are you doing here? I travel the country in secret without servants, but you're just gonna stop and follow me. Tell me once more what you want from me. I know Jamandi wants to impose her steps on you as an emissary of Brevoy. Refuse. Take me instead. Don't look at my age. Well, they may have trained... wait. Oh, you said the same thing again. I'll consider your proposal. I don't know about Lander here. The thing that bothers me is no one expresses any intention, right? Actually, you express clear intent. Natala or Chandri, well, Chandri didn't say anything, but Natala expressed clear intent in why to bring Chandra as my envoy. But none of the others have. Maybe when I talk to the half-orc, we'll learn more. Well, Tab says, that was funny because it uses literally in its original meaning while simultaneously bringing it up as an example of a word which usage has changed over time. Good night, J-Bog. Have a good one. Yeah, sleep well. Yeah, literally. Wait. I wonder what the original meaning of the word literally was. I would imagine that the original coinage, like how literally was used 200 years ago, maybe wasn't the same either, right? Maybe you were talking about literary instead of literally. Maybe you were saying literary, for example. Who the fuck knows? I don't super care. Bikutka says, I am sort of traditionalist though. I don't really hate the fluid nature of language, but I also think resistance to change is good, or otherwise we'll lose the ability to communicate when words means different things to different people. Oh. I have a problematization for you here though. Where, Alpikutka? Where does the meaning of our word reside? Where does the meaning of words exist? Where is it? The word itself, the glyphs themselves, don't have any meaning. They are just ink on a piece of paper, pixels on a screen, vibrations in the air. They don't contain any meaning. Kutka says, as I said, I don't really have an issue with it, but resistance is still good. Right. So, to answer the question, where does meaning reside? It exists in your mind. Right? It exists in your mind. It exists in my mind. So, by nature of how the world works, any word, any meaning behind a word is always necessarily different things to different people. Every word always mean a different things to different people. That's why we talk about communication as a thing that happens between two people, where you, in conversation, negotiate meaning. That's why I very often, when I run into a word, I'm like, right. I'm like, all right, what is sadomasochism? And then I use these words as a baseline for this word, right? Sometimes I don't, though. Sometimes I read this and I'm like, oh, I don't like this. This doesn't make sense to me. That word means something else to me. And then I bring that difference up in a way to negotiate meaning and communicate. So, right, this resistance often, like, I'm not saying that it always does, and I'm a big fan of standardization. I'm a big fan of standardization, not tradition or resistance, but standardization. That certain words fill a certain meaning. Like, we teach children certain words to mean certain things, right? Like, if I say the sun, it has a very different meaning to me than it has to you, but it's still, right? For the sake of communication, it is a very standardized definition thing that we are talking about. We're talking about an object. Well, nouns are always like that, aren't they, though? Nouns are always strictly that way. What word were we talking about? Sadomasochism, that's more a verb or an attitude. Stuff that people do, not an object that exists. Literally, that's an adjective, right? Nouns themselves are pretty damn easy because you can, oh, I didn't mean that, I meant that. It's very easy to negotiate meaning between those. I lost my train of thought. I went on a tangent and I forgot what I was talking about. Alpikutka says, I think words exist in the minds of those who hear it and speak it. I don't think in words. I mean, a little bit. Most people use words as tools for thinking, right? I do think what others say. But if you say one thing, thinking of apple, and I hear it and I think potato, we have a problem. If that makes sense. Yes, I agree, that's a problem. That's why I'm talking about communication, right? Communication is negotiation of meaning, right? If you say apple and I think potato, it's very easy to just, oh, I'm talking about this, right? That's a noun, like I was talking about. We can point at a noun and say, this is what I'm talking about. However, it changes a lot when you start talking about adjectives and adverbs and verbs. Colgitino Tab says democracy is also a noun. Is that an object? You know what? Now the grammar doesn't work. Good looking out, Colgitino Tab. I don't think noun is what I'm looking for here. I'm talking about actual objects. Democracy, actually, you know what? I would say that democracy is a verb. Notrunner says I'm heading to bed. Have a good one. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Notrunner. Thanks for the hot sauce tips. Sleep well. Have a good one. So in the context of this conversation called Get In on Tap, I would consider democracy a verb. Because it's something that people do. Right? And people do things differently. Is it really a noun? Democracy. Weird type of noun. Alright. Do we get that information from here? Do we get extra information? Yeah, it's noun, noun, noun. It doesn't even have the word verb in here. Right, it's only a noun. This is one of these examples when we're gonna negotiate meaning where I'm like, I don't know if I don't like this definition of democracy. Government by the people, exercised either directly or through elected representative. I mean, it's a system, right? We're talking about the system of government. That's the noun, because a system is a noun, but it is also something that you build and something you make that has a lot of moving parts and is very nebulous. It's very... A democracy can look in many, 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 many different ways. So yeah, nouns can become difficult as well. Like apple, potato, not very difficult. Democracy, love, way more difficult to define. And that's why we communicate, right? Alpikutka says more coffee. Well, Gideon Tab says, I think for the sake of communication, it would be better to use different terms than established grammar terms. If what you're going to say is not related to grammar. Yeah, I was just thinking about it grammatically. Like, I usually, right? I just say what pops up at the top of my head. And I agree with you. Using the grammatical way to describe these things was not a good one. Yeah. Physical objects I was talking about in this example. That, yeah, like I was saying. Potato, apple. Very easy to point out differences. Democracy, or, no, wait. Potato, potato. Now, I'm talking about this specific potato, or this specific brand, or strain of potato, or whatever. But it's still in most people's minds, there is a standard, right? Potato, it's the thing you eat. Man, do you think there are people that have never eaten potatoes? Like ever? I mean, sure, young children, or people my age. Cultures that just don't have potatoes. That would be weird. And that was kind of my point here, because the words exist in the minds, and a group of people, a culture, or a context, in a context, a word gets a certain meaning. In that context. But where I wanted to go, oh right, here we go. This is where I was going with this. In that context, within this group of people. Tab said, I don't think there are people your age. You are ancient. Nice. Within a certain group of people, within a context, it makes sense to standardize a bunch of things, right? However, that standardization has to be negotiated, or like it gets generated dynamically. And some people want to hold on to what it used to be. Some people embrace the new meanings. And there is a continuous, in a culture, a continuous kind of interaction between those. And when the problem arises, and that's something we've talked a lot about on this stream, something I've been thinking a lot about, and just is that miscommunications or problems with communications should be expected. Always. Right? That you say stuff like using the word noun when using the word noun was a terrible idea. Like stuff like this happens all the time. And since our ideas and meanings only exist in our own heads and within our own cultures and whatnot, misunderstandings, if you go in with an attitude that misunderstandings happen, that gives you an attitude of actually negotiating the words, because that is what is required, right? I don't want to use a word, I don't want to say potato if that makes you think apple. because that's a failure of communication. So you have to negotiate all the time as part of communication. That, I think, is an important part of communication, the actual negotiation of meaning. And since we don't have a clear-cut, straightforward, two-way street communication, and I'm a little bit of an authority, in a little bit of an authority situation, and because I like it, I use this, like I look up words and I take these definitions because that will, I imagine that is a way to help the conversation on, to make sure that we are actually talking about somewhat similar things. It's part of me negotiating my own meaning by just showing what I mean. And then you can reject what I say, and that's completely fine, and I can reject what you say, and then we can find another different meaning. So what I would argue for is traditionalist, sure, but as a means of negotiation, as a means of standardization. Because standardization. We wouldn't have standardization if everybody was a traditionalist. We wouldn't have standardization. Standardization happens because some people standardize a thing and then they bring other people into the fold of that standard. But that would have to mean that the traditionalists would have to move into the new standard. And that, like, if we look at the scale, and the progressives or whatever, the people who wants to evolve meaning of words all the time, should slow down. And like, we have a standard and we try to create this standard and move it as a whole. And like we were talking about the fluidity of language, right? When we have potatoes and tomatoes and apples, the standard, I feel, is very important. When we have words like democracy, we can't really have a standard because it's too complex. And it's like enforcing a certain way of thinking about government, which leads to a whole other type of problem, isn't it? Yeah. Alright. Alpikutka says, I'm certain there are adults that have never eaten potatoes. That's pretty mind-blowing. Cool. Back to my point, says Alpikutka. I think we've actually agree on this. I said resistance is good. Yeah. I think we agree as well. I think I'm just presenting a different perspective, not necessarily that a disagreement. Well, like a tiny disagreement, perhaps. Maybe some disagreements. No. We have a difference in attitude. You are more of the resistance kind of person, and I'm more of the pushing forwards type of person. But I would argue that both are necessary for good language building. Okay, Alpikutka continues, and the way I see it, the meaning changes if it has solid enough foundation to change despite resistance. I like that. That gives the standard well, that gives it merit. New meaning is useful enough to break through. No, that's where the disagreement is. Because I again want to bring up, where does the meaning reside? Oh, maybe I'm misunderstanding. The way you see it, if you get a solid enough foundation to change your internal meaning of a word, despite your own resistance, that grants the new meaning merit in your mind. The meaning is useful enough to break into your mind, because the meaning, again, where does it reside? In the mind. So that's just your attitude towards this. And you know what? That makes sense. And I think we all work a little bit like that, because we do have some resistance to change in general. That's part of being human. Probably to a more or less degree. Yeah. I'm big into semantics. I really like semantics, so I probably have a pretty strict foundational foundation. I have a strict foundation of words that I build more semantics on top of. But for me, where my resistance is not a traditionalist resistance. I think I have pretty strong resistance as well, but well, not even resistance. The way I think about meaning in words is more a generative sense. That I have an internal semantic structure that I kind of loosely maintain, where the words, how they're being used, should be built like a structure that functions within my understanding of the world. For example, it bothers me that democracy does not show up as a verb here. It bothers the shit out of me that democracy does not show up as a verb. Because it is something that people do, right? As a side note. And that's my foundational semantic structure and understanding of the concept. I create a meaning of the word like that. So in a conversation, I would treat democracy sometimes as a verb and try to negotiate that meaning. Or, yeah, as a concept. Colgatunatap says, if a child grows up in a ketogenic diet household and keep their habits as adults, they would become adults that's never eaten a potato. Well, that checks out, Colgatunatap. I was more thinking about a culture that doesn't have potatoes. Like, I know in China, right, they have a lot of rice in a lot of places in Asia. Do they have a bunch of potatoes as well? Or is it mostly rice? Does potatoes grow over the entire planet? Alpikutka says I had to step away for coffee, but it sounds like you ended up right to what I was trying to say. Yeah, not exactly. There were some nuanced differences, Alpikutka. There were a few differences, I think. Alpikutka says I'm beginning to see that. Colgatunatap says I have never democracied. That's not true! Or, well, you did vote. I remember you told me that you did vote. Or maybe you didn't. Alpikutka says I do vehemently hate changes of language, like people using the word off instead of the word have. Common mistakes have no place in making communication better. Oh wow, now those words are different though, Alpikutka. Those words are different. That's a whole other conversation I want to say, because we were talking about semantic content, right? The meaning of a word. And words like off and have, they don't really carry their own meaning. They carry they don't carry linguistic meaning, they carry a linguistic function. Bekutka says, I would have thought that you'd see my point in this. Oh, did I say off instead of have? I mean, I just go on and on and on and on. Also, it's super fucking weird. I've seen a lot of people who try to enforce written grammar to the spoken word. That's just stupid, because... Oh, you did it just now? Oh man, I missed it. I don't really pay attention to that kind of stuff myself. I just try to be fast because I'm often behind chat. So I try to just bring out create a meaningful interpretation of what I'm reading as fast as I can. And I'm not super... Like, I've gone back and forth to that, because grammar is not prescriptive, but it should be a little bit. So I've gone back and forth through that the last 2 years. Actually, throughout my life, I've gone back and forth with grammar and the functional words, how they should be used and not used, which is pretty funny. Just flip-flopping back and forth. Polgituna Tap says, I've participated in democracy, but I have not democracried. Kind of similar of how I have studied in university, but I have not universitied. Studied. Oh, actually, that's a good point. Should there be a different word? You have studied. That would be the verb of university, right? You have studied in university. You have voted in democracy, but voting is such a boring, tiny part. I feel like just talking about politics, I would call that democratized. Right? You as a person has considered how you want your government, how your country to be run, and you have taken steps, you have taken responsibilities to try and move your country in that direction. That's something people do, right? All of those parts would be part of the democratized verb. It's like, maybe you should have a different word for it. Democratized or whatever. And also, I kind of feel like democratized, I used the word people because I wasn't thinking about individuals democratizing. I was thinking that it's something that a group of people, it's a group activity. That the group democratizes. Not the individual, but of course, now thinking about it, an individual can democratize as well. Opikutka says would have, should have. Could have are very common mistakes. Yeah. So common that soon they make it part of the language. And then they are not mistakes anymore. Isn't that great, Opikutka? People no longer have to make those mistakes. When they are common enough. Polgitino Tab says very common mistake is oxymoron as grammar descriptive. I don't understand. Very common mistake is oxymoron as grammar is descriptive. I didn't understand what you were saying there, Colginton on tap. But... Feast in times of pestilence, ludicrous attempt in sink into reverie. To digress from contemplating one's own insignificance. Nice. Yeah, they all say the same shit. Polgitino Tab says if that is how people use the language, it is not a mistake. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, grammar is descriptive. Mistake if, like, I do mistakes sometimes when I use language because I like stumble over my words, both in text and in written, right? If you fat finger or something. That would be considered a mistake. But if we're talking about, oh man, grammar though. Yeah, if people are using it intentionally, then it's not a mistake. I would have to agree with Colgate in on tap on that. So, I understand, Albikutka, that you get triggered, like... like when people do there, or there, that bothers me in text because I have difficulty parsing. Just like... I get frustrated by double negatives because I have difficulty parsing them. Colgate says that is different. Yeah. I agree, different. Like, fat fingering is different from saying would have, should have, could have. Or to boldly go. Or... I mean, I don't think double negatives is something that they say no in grammar. I think that's just me. But I also think Colgate in on tap as a point, another point of consideration here is that a lot of people treat grammar as prescriptive in their own lives. Like when you learn a new language, often you do use this kind of stuff. And I think that's completely fine. And I also understand and can relate and feel sympathy for, or empathy for people who do get triggered by weird grammar. Yeah, definitely. I haven't seen this wallpaper in a while. I feel like my, it's called Rand. That was called Rand. No? No, but I feel like my seashell random functionality, because my my wallpaper cycler, well, if it's truly random, it just feels like it's not very distributed. I wish it was more distributed random rather than just random, because random kind of leads to some wallpapers showing up way more often than others, it feels like. Maybe. Pikutka says, they are use of wrong words should have been caught and corrected, or else we will talk like this. Right, but that and that's bring us back to my point that I was trying to make before, Alpikutka, about meaning has to be negotiated, not caught and corrected. I mean, when you learn a new language, it is okay to have a standard and learn within that standard, right? In a teaching environment, the teacher can catch and correct and enforce an adherence to a standard. And that's fine. That, however, is unacceptable in a conversation like this, Alpikutka, because we are not in a teacher-student relationship. And I have not... some people do not... or some people might not, let's put it that way. Some people might not agree to adhere to the standard written in the grammatical book. And if they don't, those people are gonna trigger you like crazy. That's gonna be super fucking annoying. But you cannot catch and correct them. You can only request and negotiate, because we negotiate how language is being used, right? So if they did not intend, they did not make a mistake. So yeah, the only thing you could do in that situation, in this situation, is give a request and do some negotiation. That's why I like that. That's something that stuck from me when I studied English at university. This idea of negotiation of meaning. It was such a big deal. Really stuck with me that, yeah, that is how meaning works. When in communication, we negotiate. Well, Gideon Tab says it is also funny that double negatives work differently in different languages, right? It's not even that, Colgate on tap. It works differently in the same language because of context. Colgate on tap says, for example, in Russian, double negative is still negative, but in English, double negative is positive. Oh, is that true? Is double negative always positive? No, that's not true at all. I've seen so many double negatives in English that ended up being negative and not positive at all. So I think it's arbitrary. I think that's one of the reasons I have difficulty, because it doesn't adhere to a standard and I can't parse it. I mean, I've difficulty parsing it either way, right? Even in maths, I have difficulty parsing double negatives. Albicutius says one of the errors in the sentence can easily still be kept sensible, but if you start to combine these common mistakes, a sentence soon becomes hard to understand. All right, since I'm gonna enforce my own view, like, from my point of view, all right, these deviations from the standards are difficult to parse. Yeah, they become hard to understand. Deviations from patterns. Like, going to Scotland and going out on the rural area and talking to the farmers there, you're gonna have a difficult time. Because it deviates from the norm, the standard that you are used to. And that's the thing, right? At the end of the day, the standard is the standard that you are used to, or maybe a community is being used to. But that's what we were saying, right? Before, that having some sort of standard is a good idea. And that's why we have dictionaries, Wikipedias, and all this stuff, because that is kind of a standards where we can gather around and critique, right? Like or dislike. Same with the grammar books, which is a great invention. But I'm a big fan of democracy and distributed systems, so I would not argue for enforcing language. Actually, I would go even further to that. I would definitely not use the word error in language, because when you talk about errors in language, that it's not a far cry from error in thought. And that is unacceptable to me. Yeah, it's not a far cry. Like when you start calling error of grammar, error of language, it's not a far cry from error of thought. We were talking about that the other day, that language does influence thought quite a bit. Yeah, in a culture and whatnot. I guess that's one of the reasons why I'm opposed to this whole thing here, because yeah, suddenly you have thought police. Is that it? Language police is thought police. Very similar. Well, Tab says, I also find should've, could've, and stuff like that annoying, as it makes reading difficult for me, as English was difficult when I studied. Yeah. Getting accustomed to this is going to take time, but I think I'll eventually manage. Yeah, you get used to it. Yeah, you get used to it. Well, Tab says, are you sure they were negative? Yeah, I have situations where I've had to ask, Tab. I've had to ask, and yes, they meant negative. I think. I have a terrible memory. I might have dreamt that. Albicutius says, particularly in US, double negatives are still negative in spoken language. They are. Well, in some. I ain't done nothing. I remember that from studying English somewhere, from certain vernaculars. What about errors of thought? Who are we talking about, Tab? Like, that person over here made some errors. I don't fucking care about that person over there. Tab says, being able to ask make two-way communication much easier than one-way communication. Yes. And that I kind of hinted on that earlier, right? Spoken language does not follow the same grammar as written language. Because written language, right? when we started doing grammar, oftentimes these written things were like long books, long letters that were being sent with snail mail and everything, right? So being more standardized are way more important. Like in a text message or like a chat in a chat room, like adherence to a standard is way less important. It's still beneficial to adhere to a standard, right? It's very beneficial, but it's way less important than it is in a book, for example, where there is hardly no negotiation of meaning. Well, in a chat room or whatever, text message thread or whatever, you can always respond, right? It goes back and forth, and you can always respond with a question to improve upon communication, because at the end of the day, the standard is a good for basis or whatever, but communication is always the way to go, the better way to go, in my opinion. And I'm heading to lunch, so thanks for hanging out, and have a good one. Yeah. Cheers.